Happy New Year, everyone! Can everyone see me, hear me? Is everyone doing okay? Haven't seen any of you since last year. I missed the pig, but this is good too. Sorry, I'll bring the pig back at some point. I missed the pig too, actually. Jojo Siwa Supremacy, inventor of gay pop. Yeah, sure. I think she switched though to CEO of gay pop or whatever, or CMO. Yay! Hello, everyone. All right, so let's just get right into it because the last stream obviously went long. So we have a lot to get through because we only got through the first half and we got to get through the second half now. And also then we have to obviously do every other round other than that. So let's recap real quick who all of our winners from last time were. We've got Beyonce, Tyla, Adele, Pink, Chappell Roan, Bruno Mars, Rosalia, Katy Perry, Rebecca Black, Miley Cyrus, Charlie XCX, Mariah Carey, Nicole Scherzinger, Renee Rapp, Selena Gomez, and JoJo Siwa. And then down here we have all of our losers, some of which bigger losers than other, you know? Because it really is just about who you got paired up with. But over here we have all of our new people that we're going to do today. And then we're going to get through all this, all this, and we're going to find a winner. So let's do another little recap as well. Let's go back to our PowerPoint. If we go back up, just to give us all a reminder of what we are voting on. Gotta move this down a little. Oh my god, there's so many slides. No wonder that took 5 hours. Jesus. Oh. So yeah, qualifications, anything related to, you had to do anything music related to get included, to be nominated, to be included. You have to exist within the domain of pop stardom, so anyone who has like an established pop fan base within pop stan culture. Also, anyone who also is not just a musician, but a celebrity. Which, that one I got a little loose with on at least one category, but that's okay. It's my bracket. I can make the rules. When we are voting on not just musical output, but also PR, publicity, celebrity narrative, things of that nature. Of course, the musical aspect does come into it. You should be thinking about what people released, if it was good, how it was received, etc. But also think about just general cultural discourse and cultural narrative. Stuff like that. How they exist in the zeitgeist, yada, yada, yada. If we go back to our bracket, I of course do have these things over here to remind you of what you are voting on. But I do have to say, as much as it maybe seems a little silly, one sec, let me exit out of this so that I can actually go back to where we were at with Olivia. As much as it maybe seems silly that we have JoJo Siwa here on to the next round, I do have to say that I was very happy that you guys put JoJo in the next round because that means that you actually took the voting criteria seriously. That you weren't just thinking about like if you like someone or if they released like the best pop music of the year. You were thinking about like cultural influence. And if we are being honest, this year JoJo had a little bit more cultural influence than I think it was Cardi B that she was up against. Not that Cardi B doesn't have bigger influence overall, but just this year, JoJo kind of was the talk of the town in many regards. So I'm glad that we all agreed on that JoJo did have a big 2024. That means you guys are paying attention. Okay. But let's get started. And let's go over to Ms. Olivia. Fuck. I already did it, but every stream, the last like 3 streams I've done, I've gotten limited ads on it. I think because I swear too much. So I was trying, I was like, I'll swear less this time, and I've already failed. But you know what? Oh well. All right, so let's start with Olivia. Get rid of me. So she obviously did not release Guts this year. She released that last year, but she did release the Guts Spilled version this year, which is a like deluxe version. The lead single Obsessed became pretty popular on TikTok. It also debuted at number 14 on the Billboard 100. The song got positive reviews. The deluxe edition got positive reviews. The bigger thing was obviously the world tour that she did this year, which Chappell Roan was her opener on, and this happened. I'm just a sucker for a pop star falling on stage. It's kind of mean, but it also is like, it's so human. Everyone falls, and I like to see it when it happens. And she handled it so well. I mean, look at that. I've seen another angle too, and it is pretty gnarly. Like, oh, she went right down. Ooh. But she handled it very well. So the tour was obviously very successful. She also donated a lot of money to organizations supporting women's reproductive rights and fighting violence against women. We love that. There was also a Netflix special in October. I have to be honest with Miss Olivia here. I like her a lot. It's hard for me to get into her, though, because of, I think, specifically her age. Even though at this point she is an adult. And I don't have that issue with some other people. Like when Billie Eilish came out, she was only like 17 or something too, or even before that, but like when she got big. And I never had that sort of disconnect from her. But I think because Olivia, she just sings so much about like personal stuff. Like she kind of is a more like Taylor Swift styled songwriter, that her age is a little bit more relevant to her music. And especially like when she first came out, and she did that song Driver's License, and that was her like first single. I was like, I can't listen to this, because not only is it about like, it's from the perspective of a young person, there was so much meta narrative around it in terms of like the guy she was singing about, that he was like her co-star on High School Musical, the series. And I was like, I just shouldn't know about this. That's a teenager. I don't need to be involved in the teenager's love life like this. So now that she's gotten a little bit older, like with Guts, I'm like starting to be able to listen to her music a little bit more, because I feel a little bit less creepy doing it. She's not singing about like being a teenager anymore and being in love with other teenagers. Or he might have been older, I'm not really sure. But yeah, for a minute I was like, oh, I love what she's doing, and I'm so glad that young girls get to experience this, but I can't listen to it because I feel like a creep. That's how I feel now too about, sometimes I play that Dress to Impress game on what's it called? Roblox. And I'm like, oh, I don't want to be on Roblox, but I want to play that game. So anyway, part two, she performed with No Doubt at Coachella. Pretty cool. She obviously had Chappell Roan as her opener for a bit at the beginning of the tour. Then she brought Chappell back after Chappell, her career started to really take off. This was a fun little TikTok trend that people would go to concerts and they would be like, oh, I hope they play Hot to Go, but it's obviously like a different person's concert, so they're not actually going to play it. But here, they did play it because Chappell came back to perform with Olivia, so this is just a cute little moment that they did together. So that's just cute. We love that. Oh, why is it okay? Jasmine plays Roblox, confirmed. I play one game on Roblox. Bad Idea, right? It was in my Spotify Wrapped. That one, I love that song. That one's great. Also spawned a homophobic meme. Not that the meme is homophobic, but that it's so. This is someone holding up a lesbian flag and her ignoring it a little bit. Maybe. Or she probably just didn't see it. But if you ever want to portray someone being homophobic, you can use this video. So that is what she contributed to culture this year. Light year for Olivia, just because, you know, she's on tour, so she's not really releasing a whole lot of stuff. But still, definitely one of the biggest... Oh, I'm sorry, you're right, it is muted. You guys are so behind that I don't know what you can or can't hear. Because it's like 30 seconds behind, I think.
One, go.
I hope she plays Hot to Go.
This is an Olivia Rodrigo concert, bitch.
So that was it. That was all you missed. Then we have Gracie Abrams. Now, Gracie, I'm gonna be honest, I just really can't get into this one. And it doesn't even have anything to do with, like, the age or anything. I just don't quite get it. And maybe that's just me. Maybe other people feel differently. But she had a huge year. She did a song with Taylor Swift, which is pretty major, especially considering, like, Taylor doesn't do a lot of collabs. But even besides that, it's like she's such a huge A-list pop star. And here Gracie is on her, like, first album, which debuted at number 2 on Billboard, singing with Taylor Swift. Also opened for Taylor Swift on the Eras Tour. She is, to be clear, a Nepo baby. She is the daughter of J.J. Abrams. I think that's fine. I think that, like, Nepo babies can do, you know, you have to use the privileges you have. This is a very clear instance for me, though, where I just don't think that she would be at this level if she wasn't a Nepo baby. You know what I mean? Like, she just doesn't stand out. I don't think she's bad or anything. Just kind of like meh to me. But I might be alone in that, because look, like 80 out of 100 on Metacritic. Clearly the critics liked it. I'm just not really getting this one. But, you know, maybe she'll grow on me, or she'll do something else that I like. She performed on SNL, she did her own little tour. She's doing stuff, and I'm happy for her. I just don't think there's much interesting about her. But... Oh, second album. Okay. Well, whichever. She's a new girl. I like Gracie a lot, but she's kind of mid. I don't know, I feel bad saying that. She just came out of nowhere, and her fans think she's on the level of all the other pop girls immediately. I think that's kind of the problem, is that, like, I don't think she's bad or anything. I think that she's a totally capable singer, songwriter, musician. I just think that, yeah, like, how quickly she's entered the like mainstream pop conversation. It's just maybe a little premature. But that's okay. They get to the heart of situationship. She made me realize if I relate to her, I need to grow the F up. Well, yeah, I mean, that's totally valid. That's like, and that's the thing about being like a kind of Taylor Swift singer-songwriter, is that maybe the music isn't necessarily the most innovative or the most unique, but it is still very confessional. It is very personal, so it connects with people. And that's fine. It maybe just doesn't connect with me. Maybe that's just the issue that I'm having. Okay, we'll go. So first we have to vote. I didn't do a drum roll, but I did get some like little elevator music to play while we vote, so that there is some noise. All right, so Olivia. Okay, clearly it's Olivia. I think we can just end that one. Sorry, Gracie. Maybe next year. All right. Catching up, but I think that's a general feeling among Olivia's older fans. I relate to her music a lot looking back, but I wish she'd been around when I was her age so I could fully stand. Yeah, I agree. All right, and then we got Troye, another boy, a boy girly. So we start here with his tour for the Something to Give Each Other album that ran from May to December-ish. It's fragmented a little bit because there was the Sweat tour within that as well. But that got pretty positive reviews. This is him. What's this guy's name? He's a younger fella. What's his name? He's very cute. But he was in that like Sabrina show. But he gave him like a little lap dance during the show, which is like a part of the music video that he has for that song. I like that video. I do think this guy is very attractive. Ross Lynch. Yep, that's it. Thank you. So there was that tour. That was just him. And then also, obviously, the Sweat tour with Charli XCX. They have an additional date added for June of 2025. As we talked about with Charli XCX, there was also like this VR meta thing that I wouldn't even know how to access because I don't have VR stuff, but I'm sure it was great. And then he was on Charli XCX's remix album for Brat. He did the Talk Talk remix. He also is just kind of fun. This was Charli as him on SNL. He seems just like a nice young man. He's got a good sense of humor. This was him. Oh, God, that's loud. This is him reacting to his Grammy nominations.
Would a man be there? Why would a man be there? No, it's actually pissing me off. Oh my God, it pisses me off. Why would a man be there? Why?
That's just fun. He's in on the joke. We love it. He also, speaking of his onlineness, he blocked Swiftologist. If you don't know, Swiftologist is a YouTuber who primarily talks about Taylor Swift. He is a somewhat controversial figure in the Stan universe. I like him for the most part, but he is a Swiftie, and he is kind of like the epitome of a Swiftie in some ways, which is, you know, I love Taylor Swift too, but Swifties are an intense group of people, and they can be kind of annoying sometimes. And he is kind of annoying sometimes. He especially, like, defending Taylor at one point during this year, I remember him saying something about, like, Lady Gaga's first album not having any cultural impact, which, yes, I might have found that a little bit offensive just because of my own stan allegiances. However, I also just think that that is, like, objectively untrue. But, you know, he is what he is. But I guess Troye Sivan blocked him on TikTok.
I have a message for Troye Sivan, and it's not going to get to him because he has me blocked, and my message is, Troye Sivan, why did you block me? Madeline said he made a really funny TikTok about something, and I wanted to go and see, and I was searching for him, and I couldn't find him, and then when I did find him, this is what happened when I saw his profile. Now, I don't have him blocked, so this means that he has me blocked, right? This is what it looks like when I search for him. None of these people are Troye Sivan. I know that Nikocado Avocado is not Troye Sivan. So I can't help but wonder, why? What did I do to you, Troye Sivan? I like Troye Sivan. I thought that Something to Give Each Other was a great record. I may have called him the king of one octave, maybe like once in a video a long time ago. And isn't that funny? I mean, it's funny. It's a joke. I'm just kidding. So I wonder like what it was that sent him over the edge into like block territory, because maybe he was just tired of seeing my face on his FYP. But did I do something to you, King? I want to come see the Sweat Tour, but I guess I'm on the no-fly list. Troy, don't you remember when we were young and I was an entertainment journalist and I left school to come and interview you for like 5 seconds? What happened to that? Can we get back to that? Can we work it out on the remix? What did I do?
I just thought that was really funny. Yeah, he tends to be controversial even among Swifties. Yeah, I can see that. I think this is the problem, is whereas like he's such a prominent member of the Swiftie community that to some degree he is kind of taken as a representative of the Swiftie fandom, which I have to imagine if you're in the Swiftie fandom would get kind of annoying. So I don't know that I would always want him representing me, but I do like him overall. I think some of his takes are annoying, but he also like he has some very good videos about the Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni situation right now, which I appreciate. And that's the thing about like standums in general. It's like he's annoying, but in like a pop stan kind of way, which is a way that I can tolerate. You know, there's other versions of annoying people that I have less patience for, but you being an annoying stan is not, I can deal with it, you know? Troy also dressed up as Addison Rae for Halloween, specifically Addison Rae walking down the street reading Britney Spears' autobiography. So that's fun. It's definitely like the meme of I hate gay people on Halloween. And he's like the one celebrity that actually nailed that. He also might hook up with a girl, he said.
Lately, I've been getting TikToks like from girls who, I don't know, I guess think I'm hot, and I'm considering it because I still don't have a boyfriend, and it's been a fucking long time. So maybe it is time to switch. Give it a go. You know what I mean? Let's try this together. I can't promise anything. I don't know what I'm doing, but yeah, maybe, I don't know. We can try.
I just think he's fun. Even when he's not doing music stuff, he's just fun. He's got a good personality, and he's someone who I think is at a good level of fame where they can still actually interact on like social media and stuff and be fun. But then once you get to like a certain level, you have to just get off. You can't even be online anymore, which sucks. So I want Troy to have all the success in the world, but I don't want him to have so much success that he can stop posting on the internet, because I like his little posts. I think he's so cute. Next up, we have FKA Twigs. So this is kind of like a light-ish year for her, but ramping up to what I assume is going to be a bigger year in 2025. She released 3 singles for her upcoming Eusexua album. They are very good videos. I can't play the audio for a lot of them. Oh shit, we're getting an ad. Sorry. Okay, hopefully everyone's... whatever ad I just played, everyone could skip through. But this is a very good video. Very good, just like aesthetic, good dancing, etc. We love it. We love a vision. So I am excited for that to come out, for the whole album. But mostly everything she did was just kind of in promotion for that. Also did a performance at the London Fashion Week. Great performer. Looks incredible. Basically the same stuff. Oh, also the NYC, this rave she did. So, like, she's ramping up for something for sure. Definitely gonna be a big album for the coming year. And also performed at the Dome. This was, I had to add this, like, today, because this happened on New Year's Eve. So, like, the day after we did the last stream. She and a couple other people, like Ellie Goulding was also there. I think Grimes was also there. A lot of people were at the Dome for this performance. And this I just kind of wanted to bring up because I'm curious about... I wonder if the Dome is going to be like a bigger deal in the next year. Because these performance, like the videos and stuff from the performance looked really good. There's Ellie Goulding. Like, it looked super cool. So I'm interested to see if more people do stuff with the Dome. But it is hard because it's like, I think to get the full effect, you have to be in the Dome. Which obviously most people aren't in Las Vegas. But, I mean, people do residencies there, so clearly there's a big scene for music. But... I don't know. We'll see. Keeping my eye on the Dome. It does seem like it'd be a huge driving hazard, though. That's kind of the big thing. But I don't know, maybe there's just enough traffic around that area that no one's driving at high enough speeds that it makes a difference. But as soon as they said they were doing this, I was like, it seems like a bad idea from a traffic perspective. Oh, supposedly she's just Twigs and formerly known as Silent. Oh. Yeah, I don't know that that's going to catch on right away. But, you know. Unfortunately, the Dome is an eyesore. I have to imagine. Went to a very weird movie there. The seats are super steep and gave me vertigo. Yeah, that's the thing that's like, it's so curved, too. I think the whole thing, I don't know. Maybe I would love it. Maybe I would really love it. It did look very, like, the stuff they were doing at this show was very cool. So hopefully they do more stuff like that. I don't live in America. I didn't know the Dome was real. It is definitely real. Definitely real. So, other ventures, she was in The Crows, co-starring Bill Skarsgård. Did not do well at all. 22% on Rotten Tomatoes. I've never seen her act in anything, I don't think. So I don't know if she's good, but I don't think it was like her performance that was panned, as far as I know. I think that just the movie did not do well. And Bill Skarsgård obviously can act. She might be the subject of Von Dutch. I've also got my Von Dutch hat on. By Charlie XCX. I don't really know that I buy that. A lot of people think it because there's some suspected drama between her and Charlie, which might have something to do with Maddie Healy. It's all very nebulous. I don't totally know if there's any legitimacy behind any of it. But Von Dutch is supposedly the one song on Brat that is like an actual diss track. So people have suspected that it might be about FKA Twigs, or just Twigs now. But I don't I don't know. There's nothing like super specific in the lyrics that makes me believe that. Other than that there's a line about like, do your little dance, and she dances. I don't know. And then there's also the line about like, you won't fuck unless he's famous, and she does have a lot of famous ex-boyfriends. So, but I think that could be about pretty much anyone. I watched a video essay on it, and they said the writing was pretty bad. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought, mostly. I didn't think that anyone said the performances was bad. I don't think they are friends, but I think the feud is overblown. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm currently standing, but who's to say? When the single first dropped, I thought people were saying it was about Rina Sawayama. It could be about Rina. That's another possibility. But I don't think Rina really fits with, like, the line about dancing. Like, she doesn't dance that much. And I don't know of any famous men that Rina has been with. So I think that theory has been kind of dismissed. People also thought that Sympathy is a Knife might be about Twigs. But then we kind of settled on the idea that it's actually about Taylor Swift. So I don't know. I feel like people are just trying to fit Twigs into the narrative there, but I could be wrong. Maybe there's some truth to it. She spoke at a Senate hearing about AI. I didn't watch all of it, but I do think that it is, I think it's good that, in general, artists want to talk about this overall, and I think that she had some more nuanced points on it, that, like, AI can be a tool for cool stuff, but it also, like, it is something we have to pay attention to. So, that's something. I don't think it was, like, a huge deal. I don't think people really talked about it much, but it did happen. She also talked about abuse on this podcast, which actually...
I'm so grateful.
The Man Enough podcast, which I believe is Justin Baldoni's podcast. I don't think he's like the host or anything, but I think it's associated with him because he has that like Man Enough book. And then I think this is like his podcast production company. So that's kind of a yikes, but you know, I mean, what can you do? It's still maybe a good podcast episode. But she is talking here. She has come forward about the abuse that she faced at the hands of Shia LaBeouf. They are currently engaged in a legal battle, even though he's already kind of admitted to doing the stuff that she accused him of. But then he's like also said that she's lying. It's a whole thing. Shia LaBeouf sucks. But I did just really like her little speech on this here. So I think this is very true.
I've learned so much about the way that abusers operate, but I was so disappointed to learn how boring it is because they all operate the same. You know, I think one of the most painful things was realizing that I wasn't special, that I wasn't in a relationship where it was this thing that we could struggle through together and it was me and him against the world and it was just our energy that no one would understand because this is us. It's not about me. It's about food. I'm just supply. I could have been anyone. I could have walked into that room one day, or another young actor, singer, artist could have walked in the room that day. It could have really been anyone. It was just bad luck that I got a part in a film. That's honestly how I feel now. I choose not to take it personally. It's devastatingly boring.
As someone pointed out, it's Justin Baldoni in that thumbnail right there. And then I'll cut her some slack. Nobody knew about Justin stuff at the time. Yeah, I'm not blaming her for it at all. And even so, it's like she was just on a podcast, you know, she's just there to talk. But it is just kind of it sucks that it's like on that platform that we now know is made by someone who just doesn't live by what they preach. And I have to say, on this whole Justin Baldoni thing, I haven't been paying like super close attention to it just because it's like annoying and I don't want to. But I did fall down like a little bit of a rabbit hole the other day, just like looking at Justin Baldoni's like interviews and stuff and like his TED Talks and stuff. don't think I could have ever taken this man seriously. He's just so... Maybe it's the hindsight of, like, knowing everything else, but it really does just feel like he's full of shit. There's something about the way that he talks about it where I'm like, oh, this is just so totally about your ego. And I just don't know how anyone ever took him seriously. Though, did anyone take him seriously? Oh, that won't pop up. Or was it all just bots the whole time, you know? Who's to say? Is it bots now? Because they're coming back. He's got his own little defenders on the rise again. Whatever. He seems predatory in hindsight. Yeah. He wants the badge too bad. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what it feels like. He's giving male feminist derogatory. That, yeah, fully. This didn't pop up, but Lady Gaga reposted that little clip of Twigs, which I just like to see, you know? I like to see the girls supporting the girls, especially when it's one of my girls. And then, okay, so that was, we did Troye and Twigs. Let's go back to the bracket. Bring our little music up. I'll just put Twigs if that's what she's going by now. This is a closer one. Alright, I'm gonna give this one a little bit longer, but then I think Twigs might be taking it. If we have any Troye stands in the audience, now's your time. Get that in. Troye did have a big year with the Sweat Tour. And he was parodied on SNL like twice. But Twigs is also Twigs. Oh, it's getting closer. Alright, I'm gonna end it. I know, the elevator music is kind of slapping. That's why I'm not super rushed to end the poll, because I do just kind of like it. Alright, there it is. Yeah, I thought about keeping like some music going behind the whole thing, but then if we're gonna be playing clips, I'm gonna forget to turn it off. So sorry that it is gonna be a quiet stream. Alright, next up we have Kesha and Doechii. This one I saw on a comment from like the stream 2 streams ago that someone said that this was going to be a hard one for them. This honestly I think is the hardest one for me. Though I think I've made my pick at this point, but I wasn't so pleased with myself for putting these two together, just so we're clear. I would have rather I didn't do that, but I did. Oh, I pulled the wrong name off? Oh, sorry. You're right, I did. Go away, Troye. Come back, Twigs. All right, so here we go. We have Joyride, the song, released on July 4th, 4th of July. That's fun. This is the first song released under Kesha Records. So Kesha is currently an independent artist. She has a deal, I think, with UMG for distribution, but her record label is just her. She's releasing. It's the same thing that like Megan Thee Stallion is doing. So she'll still own her masters and everything, and she'll be in charge of like the production and everything, but she is still distributing via someone else, I believe. Went to number 6 on the Billboard Bubbling Under chart, so it didn't quite hit the Hot 100, but you know, Bubbling Under, still good. It went to number 1 in my heart, in my Hot 100. And yeah, it is also just very cool that this was like the first song released of like an actually free Kesha. Like fully free. She released the music video in November something. I won't play another ad, I promise. Not right now. Just don't look. Don't be sucked in by that. I didn't link the actual video. I linked this meme video that someone made because low-key, it is the superior video. She also just took way too long to release the music video in the first place. Like, the song was released in July. She released the music video in, like, November. Like, why? But this was... I'm just gonna turn the music on for just, like, a second. Just a second.
You say you love me. That's funny. Well, so do I.
So good. I wonder if that's why she waited so long to release the videos. Like, she was intimidated when she saw this. I don't think that's why, actually. I think that, like, people are just waiting way too long to release videos, and I don't know what their problem is. They need to get their shit together. Especially, I didn't understand this one because it seemed like she had filmed the video a long time ago. And I don't think that the actual music video is as good as the meme one. Well, it's just too standard, I think, is the problem. I wanted something more like the meme video, or she also did this lyric video that I really loved. And this I thought had way more of the vibe, like this. Can't play that much of it. The last video, the last stream, it got claimed twice. One of them I understood, and they've both been disputed, so it's fine now. But one of them, I got claimed for... I showed a little bit of that Megan Thee Stallion Pepsi ad that ran during the VMAs, which I think I thought it ran during the Super Bowl. It ran during the VMAs, though. I played like a little bit of that. I didn't even play any audio from it. I just played it like in the YouTube player, which normally if you do stuff like that, like you do it in like a YouTube player or you put stuff around it, it's harder for the content ID to pick up on it. So that's why I just always put it in the YouTube player. I don't like full screen it. It picked it up just from like the visuals of it, not even any of the audio. And not only did it claim it, it claimed it and blocked it. So for like an hour, no one could even watch that VOD. I had to dispute it and I had to escalate it to an appeal just so that it would go back up right away. And they did drop the the claim, which is good. But it also got claimed too for the VMAs, like the full VMAs. That's what the claim was for. It didn't even say like the Pepsi ad. It was like that I just played the VMAs, which is so ridiculous because I did play clips from like Chappell Roan's performance at the VMAs. That didn't get claimed, but the Pepsi ad did, which is so dumb because it's like, but it's an advertisement. Don't you want people to see it? How does this not benefit you? Whatever. Just stupid. Oh yeah. I said a minute ago, I was like, oh, I think she has a distribution deal. I wrote it right here, and I didn't even read my own slide. This year, too, at the Golden Globes, I saw Miley Cyrus there and I was like, why is Miley Cyrus at the Golden Globes? Is she nominated for something? Yeah, she was nominated for something and I already put it in my slideshow with Miley Cyrus. I just forgot. But whatever. Spring Breakers remix with Charlie XCX was released on October 14th. They should be grateful free advertise. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm showing more people your ad. That's what you wanted, isn't it? You pay money for it to be on TV. You didn't pay any money for it to be on my stream. I did it for free and you still blocked me. Whatever. She also did the House of Kesha tour and she did a Lollapalooza set. Where she had a knife. That was a real knife. She was supposed to have a prop knife, but somehow it got switched with a real knife. Don't know how that happened. Kind of scary. I love this little purse mini skirt that she has too. She's so cute. And then she also announced a plan to re-record TikTok. This, I really hope she goes through with this, because I've heard her do TikTok on her tour recently, and I like the version that she does live now, because this is the thing about the Kesha's version of these songs. She's doing it, I mean, obviously Taylor Swift is doing like Taylor's versions. What Taylor's doing is very different though, because Taylor's trying to get her masters back for songs that she's already written and produced. So like her whole thing, she's trying to just fully recreate what she already made. So the goal is to make it sound like exactly the same. What Kesha will be doing, as far as I understand, because she doesn't want Dr. Luke to have a production on any of her new songs or her old songs that she's going to re-record, she's going to have to change the production on it because he's credited as the producer. So they have to do a full new production, which I think is just exciting because then we get like a full new version of the songs. But she also, for her new TikTok song, she's gonna do, oh my god, a BetterHelp ad. Everyone close your eyes. Don't even look. That was her at Coachella with Renee Rapp. So that is going to be the new line. Instead of wake up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy, it will be wake up in the morning like F. P. Diddy. And I'm trying not to swear so that I don't get limited ads. I prefer the Kesha style of re-recording. I do too. I understand what Taylor's doing, and I fully support her in that. But yeah, I do. I hope that like people do get inspired by Taylor doing the re-recordings and take that to like actually re-record all of their own music, but like give it a new style and like especially give it some songs, you know, like a fresh production. I would like it if more people did that. And then also, she did her other new single for her upcoming, I'm assuming, album. The song is called Delusional. This one got a little bit of controversy because the artwork here does appear to have been made with AI. And if you look, like some of the word delusional is spelled incorrectly in a few places. I'm assuming this is all intentional. I don't think she like thought that no one was going to notice that it was AI. I just don't quite know why. Like, I don't think the song needed... I just don't know how it's relevant, you know? But I don't know. I only listened to the song like once. It honestly just didn't really stick with me. I fully had multiple people send me "Are you okay?" messages when she posted the AI cover for the first time. Sorry. I don't think it's like, I don't know. Like, if it is intentional, then I guess that's one thing. Like, if she's making a sort of commentary with it, then I don't automatically hate the decision. I just don't know what the point could have been. And I just think it looks ugly. It's at the point where anything that even kind of looks like AI, even if it's actually not AI, I just hate the visual of it so much. Like, it just freaks me out. I think it's so gross. You think JoJo's gonna lean into AI by trying to rebrand it as gay eye? Maybe. Maybe that'd actually be kind of cool. It also just a really basic cover, like she couldn't have thrown a bunch of bags on the street with delusional written on them. Yeah, these look like Birkins though. You're not gonna just throw a bunch of Birkins with graffiti on them in the street. There's no way. Especially now that she's an independent artist, she has not got that kind of cash. Maybe some like Birkin knockoffs, but there's no way people are spray painting Birkins like that. Cost way too much money. Anything AI like immediately triggers my fight or flight reflex. Yeah, me too. Even stuff that's like not technically AI, like a lot of like Thomas Kincaid paintings, I've never had like that much of an aversion to them before, but currently I'm like, oh, they look like AI. I hate it. So this is Doechii. There she is. She is incredible. So this is her, I think technically it might be considered like a mixtape or an EP. I don't think it's considered like a full studio album, but stuff like that gets a little bit tricky, so I'm not entirely sure. But it got a 79 out of 100 on Metacritic. It is currently nominated for Best Rap Album at the Grammys. So I don't know what like category that puts it in as far as, obviously the Grammys consider it an album, but I think technically the label considers it like an EP or something. Or a mixtape. I don't know. 2 singles from it. She also did these like little swamp sessions because I think her like thing is Swamp Princess or whatever. I'm getting caught up on Doechii, I will be honest. I didn't follow her until very recently, which I do regret. So my apologies, Miss Doechii. I did not know that you were like this. I first became aware of her name. I had heard one of her songs before because she has a song that I think came out last year, or 2023, so now 2 years ago, that got pretty big on TikTok. So I knew that one, I just didn't know who sang it. But the first time I became aware of like her name was unfortunately the Katy Perry song, I'm His, He's Mine, which was on Katy's latest album. They also performed it at the VMAs together. Oh my god. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to run another ad. I just can't let these people being the only ones making money. All Thomas Kincaid stuff got put in AI early, so it skewed the style for a while. That would make sense, actually. Because they look so like a Thomas Kincaid painting. And now it's to the point where it's like, I can't see Thomas Kincaid without thinking of AI. Not that that was like, I mean, that's fine. It's not like Thomas Kincaid paintings were like sacred to me at any point, but so yeah, this is her with Katy at the VMAs, for Katy's Video Vanguard Award. Somewhat controversial performance, but I almost think that Katy wanted it to be more controversial than it turned out to be. I don't think people really cared that much, but it was trying to be provocative. Like, well, they're scissoring. But yeah, no, I think people didn't really didn't care that much. But see, the thing is, when that song came out, I remember a lot of people talking about it and talking about Doechii and saying like, either it's cool that Katy is like putting Doechii on this song on her album when she's like an up and coming singer-songwriter, like people were praising Katy for that, or They were saying it's a shame that Doechii's on this song because she's so good, and this song doesn't display her skills at all. And I knew people were saying that, and I was like, oh, okay, this Doechii person must be very good. But I just didn't look into her at all because I was like, well, oh well. But then she did this performance on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, and I saw clips of it on Twitter, and I was like, wait, who is this? Like, this performance was so good. I couldn't even believe it. I mean, maybe just play like a second.
What's up, Doechii? You know, it's been a little minute since you and I have had a chat. How's it really?
I can't play that much of it, but it's a very good performance. If you haven't watched it, you should. She's very, very good. And then I watched her do her NPR Tiny Desk concert, which a lot of people did this year. A lot of people had Tiny Desk concerts. It was a big year for like main pop girls doing Tiny Desk concerts. And I gotta say, Doechii outdid all of them. Like Sabrina, she's over here. Love Sabrina, but like, this was it. This, genuinely, this might be the greatest Tiny Desk concert that's anyone's ever done. I turned it on, expecting to turn it off at some point because I like had to go take a shower. But I was like, I'll just watch it for like a minute. Watched the whole thing. Didn't even like look at my phone or anything during any of it. Like, I just stared at the screen because she's incredible. I think that like she is kind of the next girl. She's the next one. She is nominated for Best New Artist at the Grammys. I don't know that she's gonna win. I feel like Chapel or Sabrina will probably win. But if she did win, I would not complain because I do think that she's like that good. She also did a lot of interviews this year. She did a Nardwuar interview. She did Genius Verified. She also did this one, and this one I just wanted to play for a second.
Hey, I really like what you do, and you're like, my problems are solved. And I think this has been part of the
Let me actually just go back.
Let me tell y'all something. Aside from, you see this hat, you see this jacket, I'm a nice presenting woman. I'm hungry. I want to be the best. If I have 2 days, if I have 24 hours, I'm going to work my hardest to make the best performance because I want to be the best. Period. Don't let the jumpsuit fool you.
I'm just like, that's what I want to hear. I want a girl who wants it. And she wants it. I think Doechii is like the one. I think this is going to be a very big year for her. She did release the music video for Denial is a River this year, not last year, not 2024, but 2025. So we can't include that. But it did happen. She also has started getting shout outs from like, I think Billie Eilish said something on her Instagram story a couple days ago, Hayley Williams, someone else. So like she's getting a lot of love from a lot of other people in the industry. I see nothing but good things for her. But that's it for that matchup. So yeah, this is a tough one because this is obviously, Kesha is an icon. She's a legend. She's incredible. But Doechii is really, she's making moves. I think we can end that one. That one definitely is going to Miss Doechii. Sorry, Kesha, love you. All right, let's move on to Miss Doja. So this year, also another person who released an album last year, but then like the deluxe edition this year. So Scarlet 2 Claude released April 15th. She also she toured and she also headlined
Today I'm using
Coachella. Shh. No Upwork. We don't want to do any work. But Coachella performance, I think she had the best Coachella performance of the entire festival. Just, this is the thing about Doja, is sometimes she does and says stuff that I don't agree with, but you can't deny the talent. She's so, so good, especially as a performer. I think, honestly, the music from the last album, not the most impressive. Definitely not the kind of like weird artistic stuff that I felt like she was teasing prior to it being released. But the performances, though, like, she is just on another level. Having sex with a Sasquatch or whatever that is. Just incredible. She still pissed me off so bad with the Amber TikTok. Yeah, I mean, she's a messy person. I cannot stand with a lot of the stuff that she has just done as a person, but I have to give her credit as a performer, you know? She's like Nicki in that way. Yeah, I think she's not quite as bad as Nicki, and I think that honestly she's a better performer than Nicki, but yeah, same kind of thing, where incredibly talented, but just so unbelievably messy. Though I think Nicki maybe has, well, I don't know. I've never been, as much as I love some Nicki songs, I've never been totally blown away by like a full album of hers. But yeah, for the most part for Doja this year, just performing. Just doing a lot of performing. Also appeared at the Met Gala. She had this dress where she, it looked really wet. I guess she like had Vaseline all over her. Seemed so uncomfortable, but she looked very good. She also did the whole like musical genre challenge thing with Jimmy Fallon, which I hate these bits because they make it seem like they do this whole thing where it'll like do kind of a lottery thing where it's like, oh, what song is it going to be and what genre? They know exactly what it's going to be. They decide it in advance because if they went out there and it wasn't good, then they would just, no one is going to sign up to flop like that. So they know in advance, and I can't stand watching it when they're like, oh, what's it going to be? It's like, just do like a different version and just say that that's what you're going to do. Just be like, oh, I'm going to do a disco version of What Was I Made For Today? Just say that. We don't have to pretend. We don't have to pretend. But I do think that it's interesting that she's starting to do this kind of stuff, like going on talk shows and playing these kinds of little games, because she seemed so averse to like the celebrity aspect of her career for a minute. And maybe that's starting to fade away, or she's just making exceptions to the rule here and there. But I do think it's nice to see her branching out and getting to do stuff like this on like a mainstream thing and being comfortable with it. Because there was a minute where it's like she was struggling with the mainstream attention. But TV productions just love lying. They do, even when it's not even necessary. Like, just say that I'm gonna do a different version of a song today. I actually do like them because it's cool to see their range, but he's so corny. Yeah, that's my problem with it. It's like, I love the like little songs they do in there. I just don't need all the production around it and like acting like they don't know. She also is just a professional troll. What is this?
Album comes out.
So
Okay,
she
I'm
did
sorry.
this,
I've just been
where she was like playing snippets of the album, and I'm pretty sure she's just playing like samples from GarageBand.
talking with you guys this entire time, and I feel like it's rude, and I apologize for that. So I do want to talk about basically.
Like some of this might be real, but like that's no way. She's a liar. No, she's just playing stuff from GarageBand. She's just a little troll. So anyway, that was Doja's year. Oh, here we go. Now we have a big one. This is Taylor Swift. I don't know if you've heard of her. She, this year, had a very big tour. Highest grossing tour of all time. And I wanted to bring this up just because I'm kind of curious. I'm not going to do the math right now. Especially because when I tried to go into like the actual like calculator that's on the internet, it told me I couldn't put in a number this large. But I am curious about if you adjust all of these for inflation, how much would, because like 75 million in 1984, that's got to be like a lot. I don't know that it's more than the Eras tour, but it I'd like to see these adjusted. I'd like to know what the numbers are. But so it was the first tour to reach $1 billion, and then became the first tour to surpass $2 billion. So I say estimated to be the first tour to reach $1 billion. It's presumed that that's what happened, but I think Coldplay, is that who else was on this list? Oh no, they're not even here. I think Coldplay might have also broken $1 billion this year, but I'm not entirely sure. But I know they had a lot. Because Coldplay's one of those artists that like they just tour constantly, and people show up and people love them. And no hate to them. I don't listen to Coldplay really, so I don't know what. It's a little outside of my area of expertise. But God bless him. And also what's very interesting too is this, they did this analysis on it, and there were specific decisions that she made in terms of like where the tour was, like what markets they were selling it to, because you can make ticket prices obviously higher in certain places, especially I think in America we have some of the higher ticket prices because touring is just so big here that like when people go overseas, they're usually making less money than they would normally make in America if they just toured the States. So like there were a lot of decisions that she made in terms of where the tour would be, and also she didn't do the like flexible ticket rate thing with Ticketmaster. Like there were decisions that she made that cost her $1.5 billion in revenue. Like she could have made a lot more money, but she didn't. But that also, it's not even just about, obviously she left a lot of money on the table this time, but this is very good brand management. So like, even just financially, it probably helps her in the long run because she's touring places that maybe other artists don't always get to, which helps, the fan loyalty. And she also is, keeping ticket prices relatively low for her fans, even though obviously with Ticketmaster and with people scalping and stuff, like, prices still skyrocketed. It's very hard to get an affordable ticket to this tour, but she, to her credit, did all that she could do to get the ticket prices a reasonable amount. And then also broke a record for highest attended tour per show, which gave $197 million in bonuses to her staff. She added a section, obviously, this year for her newest album, but this is still the tour that she was touring last year. She self-published a photo book that was released November 29th, best-selling book of the year, which is pretty insane considering it was released November 29th. Like, that's the end of the year. It also, apparently, and I have it. I got it for Christmas, but I haven't looked through it. I guess there's a lot of errors in it. Like, maybe parts where things are, like, spelled wrong, or some weird photo placements. I haven't looked through it, but I'm interested to see if I have any of those errors, because they might have already been fixed. But I know that a lot of people, when they first got their copy, there was some stuff that was messed up. Then, obviously, she released the Tortured Poets Department album this year. Most pre-saved album on Spotify of all time. Most streamed album in a single day. Top-selling album of the year. 76 out of 100 on Metacritic. Then 2 hours after she released the standard edition, she released the anthology with, 15 more songs or something? I think it's like 30, 31, 32 songs in total, plus all the reissues and stuff that have, like, special demo tracks or whatever. There were 2 singles. Fortnite won the 5 awards at the VMAs, including, I think, Video of the Year, which... it just didn't deserve it. I'm sorry. Like, I love Taylor, and I love that song. I have been very critical of the amount of, like, nominations and stuff Fortnite has received, especially at the VMAs, because I just don't think its video was that good. I think it was fine. I just don't think it was, like, Video of the Year. But Fortnite was my top song on my Spotify Wrapped this year. So, I criticize it, but clearly I love it. The reason that it was my top streamed song of the year was really, it had more to do with, because I was working on the Desperate Housewives video throughout a lot of that year. I think that Fortnite, honestly, and this is my biggest criticism of the music video, it should have been set on Wisteria Lane. I think it has such a cool, like, eerie suburban vibe that could have been way more realized with a different music video. But whatever. She had her own vision. She directs all her own videos now, so so good for her. But it could have been better. It could have been different. It could have been a better concept for the song. Ready to jump on stage and interrupt Taylor's acceptance speech. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't go that far. But I would like to speak to people at MTV. And I just have some things to say to them. Because there's I don't know. It's hard with Taylor because she does have such a strong fan base that any sort of fan voted award, she's gonna win. But I don't know. I just don't think she needed to be nominated for all these awards at the VMAs. Like, the videos themselves are just not that good. I feel like the video fits the album more than the specific song. I think so, too. I think it could have worked better with a different song on the album. Became the first person to reach billionaire status primarily from her music. So that's very cool, because there are other people who have reached billionaire status, like Rihanna and Selena Gomez, but they're billionaires primarily because of their makeup lines and their other business ventures. Taylor is still primarily doing music, and she managed to become a billionaire from that, which, I don't love people becoming billionaires in general. Don't think that that's something that people should really be able to do. But I guess it's cool that someone did it just from being a musician. That's cool. Love that. Most streamed artist on Spotify 2 years in a row. iHeartRadio's Artist of the Year. She won 2 Grammys, including Album of the Year for Midnights, which, yet again, I just don't think that that album was the one. Honestly, I think it might be her worst album. And I like it. It's fine. There are songs on it that I love. But I don't think it's a standout album. And I definitely don't think it was the standout album that year at the Grammys. But with that, she is the most Album of the Year awards of any artist. I really hope she doesn't win again. I just can't deal with it. Like, first of all, I don't think Tortured Poets Department is Album of the Year. So I don't want it to win on that front. But also, as someone who does like Taylor Swift, she's getting to a level of overexposure where I'm like, oh, I don't think it'd be, like, good for her to win. Like, I think it'd actually benefit her to just lose. Just, like, once. But that's okay. Became first female with 7 nominations for Album of the Year at the Grammys. Just give it to Beyonce once. Yeah, see, this is the thing for me, though. I think Beyonce deserved it so many other times. Like, the self-titled album, I would say she deserved it. But that one, I'm like, all right, I guess maybe someone else could have. I think Beck winning was a little weird, but I did actually like that Beck album. Lemonade, she definitely should have won. I think the fact that she didn't win for that one is insane. And then Renaissance, I definitely think she should have won. Cowboy Carter, I don't know. I don't know that that's Album of the Year to me. So this is the first year where I'm not necessarily rooting for Beyonce to win Album of the Year, which means that this might be the year that she wins it. But she does deserve it in general. I want her to have it, period. Yeah, Beyonce deserved it for self-titled, Lemonade, and Renaissance. I don't think Cowboy Carter does, though. I would agree. And I like the album. I just don't think I think especially this year when so many people released great music, that a lot of it had more cultural impact, that, like, this just isn't the year. But whatever. 36 versions of Tortured Poets Department. This is her controversies of the year. So this was a big one. She released this 36 times. Not all physical, but a lot of physical. This is a rundown of all the variants and all the different, some of them have, like, acoustic versions. There's cassettes. There's lots of stuff on here. 19 physical variants, which Billie Eilish criticized, not Taylor specifically, but she just criticized people releasing so many physical variants because it is bad for the environment, and she is right. But this got turned into a whole, like, Billie Eilish versus Taylor Swift, and for the record, Taylor Swift wasn't the only person doing it. She was just the biggest person doing it, and she's kind of doing it the most. But a lot of other people released multiple physical variants of their albums. And as Billie has pointed out, it's all bad for the environment. It's not just one person doing it that's bad. So she got accused in that sense of trying to dethrone other female artists from number one. Like, whenever someone would get close to going number one or whatever, she would release another variant, and in a lot of people's minds, that would stop these other people from going number one. In actuality, people have run the numbers. Because you can see, like, Billboard can check, like, how many, like, where these streams are coming from, where the album sales are coming from. The variants did not really have any impact. Taylor was number one because Taylor was number one. It wasn't, she didn't really block anyone from being number one with the variants specifically. Just so we're clear. The numbers work out where she was going to be number one regardless. But it does play a part of this larger narrative of her being overly competitive with women to the point where, like, whether or not that's what her intentions were, for her to continuously do it, I think was probably, I would say, a bad move, because it's like, at some point you have to look at the conversation and be like, oh, people think that I'm doing this to block people. Maybe I should stop doing it. But I imagine at that point there maybe were just so many variants already in the works that she couldn't stop it. I don't know. But, and the thing that was so funny too is, like, people were, whenever a new album would come out, they'd be like, oh, Taylor's gonna release a variant this week, we'll see. And then she would do it, and then people would be like, oh my god, it's like clockwork every single time. It's like, yeah, but she was releasing variants pretty much every week. Like, that's 36 versions. That's a variant, like, pretty much every week since the album came out. So, like, it's not that she's calculating and doing it for when another big artist released an album. She's just doing it every week. And then people notice when another album comes out. So it looked bad for her, but it also ultimately wasn't. Maybe she was trying to block people, I don't know. But if she was trying, she didn't need to, because she was already just going to be number one. But it was a bad look, for sure. And just in general, like, the 36 versions, like, it's a little excessive. But ultimately, I do appreciate the fact that she, like, wants to, like, give her fans, like, collector's items and stuff, because I do think that's a part of stan culture, is getting to, like, collect things. And so she's doing that. I just think 36 in 1 year might be a little much. Especially 19 physical variants, it might be a little much. But that's okay. Then there were criticisms of the Tortured Poets department. I'm not going to say that everyone needs to like this album, because you don't. And I completely get why a lot of people don't. But a lot of the criticisms against it, I just thought were totally unfair. So first of all, this idea that there was too much meta-narrative. I saw people online saying that, like, oh, you can't listen to the album unless you get, like, all the Easter egg references or something. I'm like, that's just not true. Yes, you can. Just because people are online picking apart all the Easter eggs and, like, finding these clues and interacting with it in that way doesn't mean that that's the only way you have to interact with the album. Like, the songs absolutely work with no reference for who they're about or what she's referencing. Like, you don't have to know any of that. You can just listen to the album and the songs make sense in the same way. The meta-narrative is just kind of like a little fun thing on top of it, something else that you can interact with. But it's not the make or break of the album. I think that criticism was so unfair. And I think it has way more to do with how other people were talking about it online, where, like, people went online, they saw all the fans decoding the songs, and then not even listening to the album themselves, they're like, oh, is that all Taylor Swift songs are now? Is just, like, about these Easter eggs? It's like, no. That's just how her fandom has been kind of trained to interact with the albums upon release. But that doesn't... You can listen to the album however you want to listen to the album. But there were a lot of songs about Maddie Healy, which is very funny to me. Because when she announced this album, she was already broken up with Maddie and Joe Alwyn at this point. Obviously, Joe she broke up with first. Then she dated Maddie for a little bit. broke up with him, then started dating Travis. The Maddie Healy stuff got really brushed under the rug because it was seen as just kind of like this little rebound between Joe and Travis. And I think especially because the relationship was so controversial, a lot of people in the Swiftie fandom didn't really want to acknowledge that it even happened. Which I think is hilarious that when this album was first announced, everyone assumed that it was going to be a breakup album about Joe Alwyn. And then, like, almost all the songs ended up being about Maddie Healy. Like, that's just funny. That's hilarious. And then, because I saw, this is like talking about Swiftologist, he like hates Joe Alwyn to a degree that I just don't think is fair. I just think, just leave the guy alone. But he likes to refer to him as the turkey. So he was convinced before this album came out that the whole thing was going to be like an expose on the turkey. I don't know why he calls him that. Does anyone else know? Like, what is the origin of the turkey? But I loved watching his reaction to listening to the album. And the slow realization that it is not about the turkey. It's about Maddie Healy. In a way, it's like, if I were Joe, I'd be somewhat relieved that, like, our entire relationship isn't just put out there for public scrutiny, even though it already kind of is, because they were already dating. But, I might also be a little offended. Be like, oh, okay. Your little, like, 3-month fling after we broke up, that was more important to you than our, like, 6-year-long relationship? Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's what annoys me about him, too. Joe is pro-Palestine, chill dude, let him be. Yeah, I don't really know what Joe did wrong. I have no idea. But he's the turkey. Heirloom turkey? I still don't know what that means. Yeah, all Taylor songs become about me and my trauma when I hear them. Exactly. They're about whatever you want them to be about. Even the songs about Joe are heartbreaking, not exposing or dragging him. Yeah, there were songs that were definitely about him. But more that were about Maddie Healy, which I feel like I would be a little offended by. The other criticism was too much Jack Antonoff, I think especially because the criticism is that it sounds a lot like Folklore and Midnights and now whatever this is. I think people are just thinking that her music is sounding a little bit stale and they're blaming that on Jack Antonoff, which I don't think is fair. Because number one, so my feelings on this album, I think that it was mismarketed. I don't think it should have been marketed as an album. I think it should have been marketed as, like, a playlist. Because I think this is kind of something that she made somewhat quickly, obviously, because it was, like, the album that was about one of her most recent breakups. So I think that this was kind of just something that she made to, like, just kind of cleanse herself, like, just write her feelings. I don't think it was supposed to be, like, a super polished pop album, which is why I'm like, I just don't even think she should have done any marketing for it. I think she should have just, like, released it as, like, a playlist or something, like, on Spotify, just on streaming, and then just be like, this is how these are the songs that I wrote over the last year. Take them or leave them, you know? But, oh good, I'm here in time to vote for Taylor. Oh good, Ophi, I'm glad. So that's how I feel. I feel like she should have, and I'm going to play a little bit of this other podcast talking about the album, but I just think it was mismarketed. But with, like, the Jack Antonoff thing, I feel like the production maybe being a little stale just has to do with that, where it's like they're not trying to make, like, a super sonically innovative album. They're just writing whatever Taylor feels in the moment. And that's that. I don't think it really has anything to do with the fact that she's choosing to work with Jack Antonoff. I think it was just like where she was at artistically. And then I think Jack Antonoff is fully capable of making songs that sound different. I think the reason that he keeps making songs that sound like this with Taylor is because that's what Taylor wanted him to make. Like, it just seems a little bit condescending to me to be like, oh, the blame is on Jack Antonoff. Like, the reason that all these women keep working with Jack Antonoff, all of them, like Lana, Lorde, Taylor, Sabrina, like, so many women want to work with Jack Antonoff, and they have talked about this repeatedly. The reason they like working with him is because he listens to them. So any of these production things that are coming out of the music they make together, yes, of course, part of it is Jack because he's the producer and he's the one doing it, but he's doing it at the instruction of them. So I don't think Jack's the problem here. I think that's just the direction that she wanted to go in. But this is another thing. So there was a bunch of stuff about the criticism that was coming out and people saying that Taylor's fans, that like you can't even criticize the album because Taylor's fans are going to destroy you over it, like they're going to dox you or whatever. And this is a big thing with this Paste review that came out, where they hid the identity of the author, because they said when Paste reviewed Lover, the writer was sent threats of violence from readers who disagreed with the work. We care more about our staff, blah, 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 blah. Here's the thing. Other people were able to post negative reviews with their name on it, and maybe they got some death threats. I'm not going to say they haven't. Like, Swifties are intense, and it's a huge fandom, so, like, stuff gets through, you know? But I also think that, like, if you're a big music critic on the internet, like, it's not like it's never going to happen to you. And that's awful. I'm not condoning that. But it unfortunately is a part of being a prominent voice online and voicing your opinion that other people might agree or disagree with. People are fucking weird. And so I want to have sympathy for this person who was so afraid of publishing this negative review that they had to hide their name. I want to have sympathy. However, I read the review, and I can tell you right now, the reason that they didn't put their name on it is not because they dared criticize the album, because again, other people did that and felt fine putting their name on it. I think the reason they didn't put their name on it is because the review was just nasty. Like, it was so mean, so unnecessarily mean. And, like, personal, too. Like, I definitely think that Swifties, and they did have a problem with the review. And I do think that, like, yeah, this person probably would have gotten way more intense of a response from this review compared to other things. But it's because they went so for the throat with this. Like, it was just mean. And I don't think they deserve to get death threats for that for sure, but it still is like, let's not act like you just put out like something criticizing the music and now you're scared. You're scared because you were nasty. Probably meaner because they left their name on it. Yeah, I think to a degree. I think not putting the name on that one was a little clickbait. Yeah, I think so too. I think it was like a little bit of a marketing thing. I totally believe they would dox someone over a bad review. I think, sure, some of them would. But I also think that, like, other fandoms do that, too. And the Swifties, I think, are, like... The hardest part with the Swifties is that they're such a large fandom that having those intense people in it, like, it's gonna be worse because there's so many of them. But I also think that's, like, part of your job. Not to get doxxed, but, like... You do have to be prepared to some degree that you're gonna deal with some... wacky people. Whatever. But this is what I wanted to show. So, I'm going to play it like on 1.25 speed, and I'm not going to play that much of it, but I did think it was interesting because when this album came out, it got a lot of criticism. And then like a week later, people were already coming back and being like, maybe we were too harsh. I don't know. So I think a lot of the response had a lot to do with just where Taylor was at in her career and her being a little bit overexposed and people wanting to hate this album more than they maybe would if it was put out by someone else. This is the New York Times Popcast. I actually like them a lot, and they are they're Swifties for the most part. They are Swifties. They criticize her every once in a while, but as critics do. And they have, they, as far as like the Paste article goes, they're putting their faces and everything out here while they're criticizing her. Just saying. But so they put out a review of the album and were like somewhat negative-ish about it, and then came back like a week or two later saying this.
The Taylor album, what if it's not bad? That's not what you said before we started taping. I'm getting to where I said, but what if it's not bad? I spent a lot of time with it over the last few days, and specifically because one of the things we're going to do this week is our sort of edited version EP/tight LP, 31 songs down to, at least for me, it's a dozen.
Okay.
And I began to think of the Taylor album a lot like Views.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God! All right, sorry, I gotta do an ad.
Big ideas don't come easy.
Which is another album that I made an edit of.
Yes, Drake's Views came perhaps at his Imperial era, although we are certainly
still
fully in bigger Imperial era.
Had an anniversary this weekend.
That's right. 8 years?
Sure.
Right.
Time flies when you're having views. You know?
It does. and so I was thinking about that particular moment in Drake and how there was the complaint that there was too much, but there was a complaint about lack of innovation, and not the current complaint about lack of topic.
Right, it's funny because we've been having the same fight every year for 10 years, basically.
But at that point, it was a little bit sonic innovation was kind of the thing that he was being pummeled for, or lack of. And there are songs on that album that maybe they're not peak Drake, but I think in retrospect, they sound like they're part of the grammar.
Yeah.
And I think listening to this album 3 or 4 more times, I hear the songs more as part of the grammar. Now, two things. One, I don't think all of the album, like last week we talked about some of the lyrics being deliberately cringe. I think maybe more of the album is in that format than people give credit for, but I don't know if it's as much as could save the whole album.
Okay. And I had a similar thought about Torture Poets Department, which is that my biggest complaint, which is the sort of like verboseness of the lyrics and how they ruin the melodies, basically like what I like to call Taylor's run-on flow.
The talky.
Like particularly like the one that continues to stand out to me is the line in the title track where she says, "You took the ring off my middle finger and put it on the one." And to me, if you end the line there, it's clean. But then she says, "You put it on the one, they put the wedding ring." I'm like, yeah, we got it, you know. And then she adds like about how it made her feel, and I'm just like, okay, enough. The more I listen to the album, the more I think that character and that tick works for the mode that she is in, which is like driven mad with lust, basically, and love, I guess. And sort of like she's in this jumble of a passionate rebound with someone who she's had a tortured history with. And when I think of it through that lens, I can forgive more of it, but it still makes the songs imperfect to me. So like, but I can buy it as a character and as a concept for the album. And where I'm ultimately landing, we had this discussion a little bit tongue-in-cheek, is this Taylor's worst album? For me, and I think you, it's probably between this and Midnight's as the bottom of a... And you're, sure, we'll leave that. We'll leave folklore aside for now. We may do...
I made the better folklore.
I was going to...
Yeah, this guy, he doesn't like folklore, and I fully disagree with him on that. But I do just to kind of agree with what he's saying over here. This is John Carmonica, and this is... Oh, fuck, I forget what his name is. Joe Coscarelli. He actually a very good journalist for the New York Times. He did a lot of like the early Free Britney stuff for Britney. He was a part of a 2016 article about Britney's conservatorship, which is like one of the earliest pieces of of just media about like criticizing the conservatorship. So love him, do love him, even though he's definitely wrong about folklore. But I agree that like I just think that like the album, if you're thinking of it as a tight album, not the greatest. If you're thinking of it more as like a Drake Views or some kind of more like playlisty thing, I think it works a lot better, especially because I like that it's so unwieldy. I like that it goes on for like 32 songs in total with the anthology, because it's so just it is just like someone kind of losing their mind in a way. And I like it. I like it in that regard. But I do get why other people, I think just as a pop album, it's maybe not the strongest. All it took for me to change my mind about TTP was her to drop the anthology, but holy shit, I hated the first time I listened before the anthology was out. Yeah. I didn't hate it the first time, but I definitely think that the anthology adds to it for sure. Disliking folklore is wild. I know. He hates folklore and he hates Evermore even more. But you know what? Everyone has their thing. Some other controversies here. We have her Grammys appearance from last year. So the fact that she announced Tortured Poets Department at the Grammys, kind of stealing the spotlight, some would argue, from the other artists in the room, which I do think that once you're at the level Taylor Swift is at, maybe don't announce your stuff at an award show full of other people that are all less successful than you. Like, you're the most successful person in that room. Maybe just wait. And this person wrote, Taylor's the type of girl who announces her engagement at someone else's wedding. I don't think she's the type of girl in general, but I do think that that is kind of what this moment was. A little bit, you know? But oh well. Then also she got kind of criticized for seemingly sort of dragging Lana Del Rey on stage when Lana maybe seemed a little uncomfortable. Lana came out later kind of and talked about having a good time that night, so I think maybe people were projecting that onto this situation, but it does definitely look like she's like dragging Lana up there. But you know, she always does stuff like that. Like, she wants the collaborators and stuff to feel like they are being awarded too, and Lana is on the album. So I don't think it was totally out of bounds for her to do that. The bigger thing though, God, I'd give anything to know what kind of shit Chaplin Olivia have talked about Taylor. Yeah, that would be fun. The bigger controversy from the night though, oh, what the hell? Why does she kind of snubbed Celine Dion? So, I wish I could find that actual clip. Why does that not show up? Basically, she went on stage to accept her award. Celine was the person presenting the award, which was a very big deal, which we'll talk about later. And she just kind of ignored Celine. Like, she took her award, didn't really look at Celine, and then just went to and just gave her speech, which it was a bad moment. I'm not even gonna lie. It was a bad moment. I think that she was excited. She was a little bit lost in the heat of the moment. So it is like, also, you've won this award more than any other person. You'd think you'd be a little more used to it at this point, but whatever, you know, she's excited. It was a bad moment. Swifties immediately moved to defending her and like pointing out earlier in the night when she was clapping for Celine. It's like, okay, well, she still did do that though. It's not saying that she hates Celine, but it was a bad decision in that moment. Then they did like immediate PR control and took this photo backstage with Celine, because I'm sure that her PR people saw that moment and were immediately like, oh no. This happened like right after, which good on her team for recognizing that so quickly. But that was a bad moment. Was that when she announced who Celine. Yeah. No, wait. Oh, for the album of the year? I don't remember. No, I think she announced during the pop category when she won Best Pop Album. I think. Then she just in general overexposure at the Chiefs game. So every time she goes to the Chiefs games to cheer on her boyfriend, the camera just always kind of goes back to her, which I guess sports people are annoyed about. It's not really her fault. She's just kind of there. She's not working the switchboard. She's not deciding. But just her being there, I guess, pisses people off. But whatever. I think she's just tone deaf and probably tipsy. Yeah, for sure. I like Messy Taylor best, so I just think it's funny. As someone who sometimes lacks tact, I find it relatable. Yeah, I think that really, like, I'm not really mad about it, but it was in the moment I was like, ugh, that wasn't good. That was not good. Then there were some questions about her politics. So it started, well, it didn't start. It went throughout the year of people being annoyed with her lack of participation in any sort of discussion about the election. Also, anything about, like, Israel and Palestine. She didn't say anything. But then it started to get even more intense once her friend Brittany Mahomes came out as a Trump supporter. And she continued to be friends with her. So there was a lot of discourse around that. At one point, Bill Maher talked about it and was like praising Taylor for like, oh, being friends with a Republican. I don't know. But it's just like when Bill Maher gets involved, you know things have kind of gone south. When he decides to get his opinion heard. But then, and this is where I didn't love the fact that she was hanging out with Brittany Mahomes, but I also thought, oh well, kind of none of my business. Because I ultimately think that being friends with people who are Trump supporters, it's not something that I think that I could personally do, because I don't think that I have the patience for it, but I don't want to discourage other people who do have the patience for it from doing it, because I do think that, like, ultimately, MAGA is basically a cult. And the way that you steer people away from a cult is try to prevent them from becoming isolated within that cult. So I think that, like, if you can tolerate being friends with people on the far right, it does help them remember that you're a human being and that people on the opposite side from them are human beings, which makes it a little bit harder for them to become radicalized. So ultimately, if she wants to be friends with a Republican, I'm not going to stop her. And this is kind of why I think that. It's like Brittany Mahomes now questioning her Donald Trump support after Bestie Taylor Swift backed Kamala Harris. Like, I think that being friends with people who have very harmful opinions can be a net positive in a sense, because if they're friends with you, they do somewhat take the things that you think and believe seriously, at least enough not to dehumanize you for it. So it is what it is. She's friends with Republicans. It happens. I can't imagine the patience I would have if I had $1 billion. Well, yeah. And then, yeah, she didn't speak on Israel-Palestine. This is another thing where I was like, okay, I get it. I get why people are upset, because she does have maybe the biggest audience that any person could have. So her speaking on certain issues would do a lot of good. At the same time, though, while people were calling on her to speak on that, some of her shows, if this will ever load, were getting canceled because of terrorist threats or plans to do a terrorist attack. So, like, generally agree, but think it's a little different when you're a public figure and they're part of your squad. Yeah, and I think that's kind of the big part of it. But this is where I'm, like, a little bit more, just empathetic to her, because I think that, like, she's gone past the point of, like, doing the squad thing super publicly, like, showing up to award shows with, like, a big group of people. Obviously, she shows up with, like, you know, Lana and Jack and whatever, but she's not calling it the squad anymore. With, like, Brittany Mahomes, she was mostly just standing next to her at the Chiefs game, and they were publicly friends, but publicly friends in the way that, like, she is out and having her picture taken while she's next to people. And I think at some point there's just nothing she can do to prevent being seen with people if she wants to go out in public, you know? But with, like, the Israel-Palestine stuff, it's like, okay, if she talks about certain issues publicly, she is putting her own fans' lives at risk. I think now that the tour is over, it maybe could be a different conversation. Maybe now there could be a little bit more pressure on her to speak about certain things, but especially while the tour was going, I think it would have been actually kind of dangerous for her to say anything, especially on that issue. But for all the people that were kind of trying to act like she might be a secret Republican, she then came out on the night of the first real presidential debate, once we got that old guy out of there, or, well, one of the old guys. Once Kamala and Trump did their debate, she put out this, supporting Kamala and also taking a shot at JD Vance by calling herself a childless cat lady, because JD Vance said something about childless cat ladies. And this was like, this was very smart of her, because she was waiting, it seems, for maximum impact for her statement. It wasn't just that she didn't want to say anything at all, it was that she was waiting for the right moment to say something. But could she be a little bit more political here and there? Yeah, she probably could. And then, her biggest controversy of all, she did not announce Reputation, Taylor's version, all year. Like, what's her problem? Why? I just don't understand why she wants to stretch this out so far. Like, she's finished the Eras tour. All the Taylor's versions just should be out by now. I know they take, like, they're not an immediate thing. I get that she has to record them. It probably takes a while. And she was on tour, so she was busy. And she also put out a whole other, like, 32 songs. So, like, I get she's busy. But I just don't quite get the strategy here of doing your whole Eras tour when by the end of it, you still don't own 2 of your albums. I don't understand. And if she thinks, I love Taylor, but if she thinks about putting that album out anywhere near LG7, we're going to have a problem. I'm going to become an anti-Swiftie. But okay, so put our little music back on. Doja or Taylor, who had a bigger year? All right. I think we can just call that. I don't think there was ever really any debate. Sorry, Doja. All right, now we have Halsey and The Weeknd. All right, so Halsey released an album this year. I listened to it. I don't really remember it that well. I remember listening to it and being frustrated. Like, I kept thinking, oh, I almost love this. But then just something about it, every song, I was like, but I wish it wasn't quite like this. I remember being frustrated, but I didn't hate it. And I think maybe also why I was frustrated is that I really, really loved that album that she did with Trent Reznor a couple years ago, If I Can't Have Love, I Want Power. I loved that album, and I think I just wanted her to still be like in that mode. But oh well. 4 singles, also a backlash from Britney ? So she did this song called Lucky, which was like it sampled Lucky, Britney's song. I guess so the music video got released and there was kind of like a parody-ish of Britney in there, but it was also like a parody of Halsey and like this idea of a pop star, and I guess so Britney maybe got offended by that, and she said it portrayed her as a superficial pop star with no heart or concern at all. However, then Britney came back and said that it wasn't her who tweeted it, that she had gotten like hacked or something. So I don't really know what's going on with that. And I've had people ask me, they're like, what do you think happened there? I'm like, I don't know. I have no idea. I think it's very possible that Britney just got upset in the moment and then understood the context a little bit more and changed her mind. I can't answer for her. I don't know. But the album debuted at number 2 on the Billboard 200. It got a 79 out of 100 on Metacritic. She also did these fun little photo shoots in the lead up, because the whole idea, the concept of the album, is that she's, I'm starting to wonder if we're going to need to do a part 3. No, we will not. She was doing like an impression of all these different artists. And so she did this lead up where she was looking like all these different artists. It was a fun little thing for a minute when all the photos were coming out, especially some of them looked so alike. And then also there was a big controversy with people saying that the album sounded like she had main character syndrome, which I just don't totally understand that criticism, because doesn't every artist have main character syndrome? Whatever. Then they performed at the VMAs, played Tabby Cat in the new Maxine movie, got engaged to a Canadian, I don't know his name, he's a Canadian, and also revealed the diagnosis of lupus and T-cell disorder, which T-cell disorder is like very, very rare, but it is apparently very, very serious, and that is kind of what the whole album is about, is that Halsey was kind of, it maybe was about to die. Not like that was necessarily what was going to happen, but like it was a possibility. So it was her kind of dealing with that. So that's why she had main character syndrome. He was on Victorious. Oh, okay. I didn't watch that. I was more of a Disney Channel kid. Then we have The Weeknd, which I have this here.
Ladies and gentlemen, The Weeknd. Ladies and gentlemen.
It's just one of my favorite memes. I love the way he says it. Like the way that he like it's just so good. People use it obviously as a meme for like the actual weekend, you know, like Saturday, Sunday, because it sounds kind of like that's what he's doing because he looks like relieved. It's so good. Just the way that he says it is so funny.
Ladies and gentlemen, The Weeknd. Ladies.
Oh, he nailed it. So this is The Weeknd, obviously. He did 3 songs with for Future and Metro Boomin's album. He released a couple songs for his coming album. One of them debuted at 14 on the Billboard Hot 100. Positive reviews, people liked it. Lead single for his upcoming album, Hurry Up Tomorrow. He also released a live from Sao Paulo version. So he premiered all of this pretty much. There's this other song here too on this like live from Sao Paulo performance that he did, which he live streamed on his YouTube channel on September 7th, debuted multiple songs. And this is a continuation of the After Hours Till Dawn tour. So he released After Hours, like 2019, 2020, couldn't tour it because of the pandemic at first. Then he released, what's the other one called? Is it just, it's Dawn FM. He released Dawn FM, then toured that as like a Dawn FM After Hours thing, and now I guess he's going to release this 3rd album, and it's going to be a part of a trilogy, and he's just going to stay on tour doing the same tour and just add songs to it, which, interesting idea, I guess. This is something that I think he's able to do because he is kind of a pop girly in the way that like he's relevant to like pop stan discourse, and he makes like, especially recently, he's been making more like kind of dance poppy things, but he also is still a man, so, and he is very relevant in like more male dominated cultures. I would say that he is maybe more relevant there than he totally is in stan culture. So because of that, he doesn't have the same pressure on him to like reinvent himself completely with every era. So he's able to do this stuff where it's like, you know, 3 albums kind of in the same mode, doing the same tour, where he's like doing something kind of different than what he did maybe like years and years ago, but he's not totally transforming the way that female artists are pressured to transform. Like, you know, Taylor Swift has now worked with Jack Antonoff too much, and people are sick of it. The Weeknd gets to like actually kind of live in one mode for a while and experiment within that one mode, and people kind of tolerate it more than I think they would for a female artist, which is it's telling about how men and women are treated differently in the industry, especially in the pop world. But also, like, I think it's cool for him because he gets to like actually like really go deep into one kind of sound and one mode for himself. And I think that, you know, it's a nice artistic expression that some people are not afforded, but I'm happy for him that he is. He's got the opposite problem of Halsey for me. I wish I liked his music less because he's probably a creep. I don't know anything about him as like a person. I definitely think after watching The Idol, I am a little bit more suspicious of him as a person. But other than that, I don't think there's ever been anything like that about him. But he performed at the first ever Billions Club live show put on by Spotify. And then, but this is his last era as The Weeknd. So he says. But it's going to be the end. And then after that, I think he's still going to release music, but he's going to release music just under his name, just like as Abel. Is that it? Did we just do 2? Yep, okay, so Halsey and The Weeknd. Is The Idol worth a watch, or is it just gross? I mean, I guess it depends on, like, what worth a watch is to you. It's terrible. But, you know, maybe kind of terrible in, like, an entertaining way? I don't know. It is just, it's awful. Like, it is one of the worst things I've ever seen. And I think that honestly, The Weeknd is kind of lucky that it didn't affect his career as much as it could have. Wow, not a lot of Weeknd fans in here. I don't think we've had anyone really sweep this much. All right, I think we can definitely call that. Sorry, Abel. We're mad about the idol. Yeah, I don't blame you. It is so funny too, because there was one, he had this, one of his performances, they filmed a bit of the idol during the performance because they wanted, you know, like the stage and the crowd and everything there for their filming. So they filmed it like before one of his shows. And then he couldn't perform afterward. It was, if you remember, one of his shows got canceled like midway through because he said he lost his voice, which I think I at the time took that as like he physically lost his voice. But turns out he lost his voice because he was so in character as whatever the character's name was, that he just like couldn't perform after that. And I was like, how did you go so method? And yet your performance was so bad. Like, he was bad. I saw someone write, Lily Rose redeemed herself big with Nosferatu. This is the thing, though, is that, like, in The Idol, the show is awful, but I never really thought that Lily Rose was bad. Like, as an actress, I thought she was totally capable, especially in scenes next to The Weeknd, where he cannot act at all. So, like, I wasn't really surprised that Lily Rose turned out to be a good actor because I think, like, with what she was given, she did a pretty good job. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, it was really awful. Like, what do you mean you couldn't perform afterward? Oh, he really... That's another thing, too, with, like, the gender disparity. I don't think a woman could get away with. I think that they could get away with it eventually, but he really, like, he was able to just go right back to music and no one really said anything, you know? That show flopping did not stick with him at all. And good for him. All right, so Sabrina Carpenter. Year in music, obviously she released her album, Short and Sweet, debuted at number 1 on the Billboard 100, second longest running number 1 of the year. Obviously number 1 was Tortured Poets. 82 on Metacritic. Espresso hit number 1 on the Billboard charts. Eventually, it didn't like debut there, but it got there eventually. Oh wait, no, it hit number 1 on the global billboards, but peaked at number 3 on the US. But Please, 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 that was her first number 1 song, which was kind of funny because someone tweeted, I don't think I've ever seen someone fumble a second single this hard immediately after she released it, and then it went number 1, which she tweeted about. So that's kind of funny. Taste debuted at number 2. Bed Chem debuted at number 14. So these are, you know, she's releasing hits. She kept 3 songs in the top 10 for 7 consecutive weeks. 8 Grammy nominations, including Album of the Year. This is what happens when you leave Hollywood Records. This is her 6th album. She's nominated for Best New Artist at the Grammys. This is her 6th album. But the first 4 were released on Hollywood Records, which, for no good reason, just like screws over all of its artists. I don't understand what their problem is. They have everything going for them. They're Disney's record label. And they just let all of their artists flop. And this is their 2nd album, not on Hollywood Records. Her first album was the first album that like really kind of helped her, where she did it was Emails That I Can't Send or whatever. She did Nonsense, that album. She did Feather, that had a big music video. Nonsense obviously is that song that she does like the little ad-lib thing at the end of, or she doesn't do it anymore, but she did. She also released Fast Nights, which I think is one of her best songs. But that was her first album off of Hollywood Records, and that was the first album that like actually kind of like started to propel her. And then this one obviously took her even further, and especially also being on the Eras Tour helped a lot too. But this is what I don't get. How does Hollywood Records do this? And why do people keep signing to them? Olivia Rodrigo got an offer from Hollywood Records. Originally, she very smartly turned it down and then took the deal with the label she's on now. But Sabrina took it, and then look what happened. Took her 6 albums to like really hit it big. I don't care if you're even just like the lowest level musician. If you like have no exposure whatsoever. If Hollywood Records offers you a deal, don't take it. Everyone has had to leave the label. Like everyone. They had all the girls for a while, you know? Like Selena, Miley, Hillary, Demi. Are any of them on it now? No. And then she did the short and sweet tour. This is a cute little like outro that she did.
Hope you had a great night. Drive safe. Thanks for coming to my tour. I love singing. I hope you liked hearing me sing for that long. Make sure to check out the merch table on your way out. There's a lot of merch. Or maybe there isn't. Maybe it's sold out. I don't know. I filmed this months ago. Thanks so much for coming to the show. I hope you sang your heart out. Just kidding. I know you did. I was there the whole time. I love you. Have a good night, everybody. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Thanks for coming to the show. Hope you had a great night. Was that sincere? Okay.
So that's just cute. She's got a good sense of humor, and I think that is definitely a big part of her brand. She got criticized this year for the playback, that she's got too much playback on her tour. So she immediately clapped back on that and took the playback completely out. Smart. There also was some controversy-ish with her displays of sexuality on her show. But I say controversy because, like, this is the tweet that people were making fun of the most. This person was criticizing Sabrina and then said, when people were defending Sabrina, "You guys are disgusting and weird for defending a literal weirdo. I'm 17 and afraid of Sabrina Carpenter when she's performing. You guys need help." So everyone made fun of that. They even made like t-shirts and hats that said, "I'm 17 and afraid of Sabrina Carpenter." To be clear, I went through this person's account. They're definitely trolling. This is a joke. But it is a very funny phrasing. I'm 17 and afraid of Sabrina Carpenter. She also does this thing during her shows where she arrests people. This is something that, like, a lot of artists have been doing this, where there's, like, something special they do at every show, where, like, you know, Taylor had her thing where she would do the surprise songs. Sabrina on her last tour would do her different little, like, nonsense outro. And now she's also doing this thing where she arrests someone every show. And in this show, she arrested Domingo from the Saturday Night Live sketch. He's definitely gotten kind of, because he did the sketch with Ariana first, and then with Charlie. So it's kind of become like a pop girly thing. So he hasn't officially done it with Sabrina yet, but he was at her concert. So that's just a cute little thing. And then she also sang this song with Christina Aguilera during her...
I was diagnosed
Sorry, we
with
gotta do an ad.
pre-diabetes and high cholesterol. I did
The
some
Mayo
research,
Clinic.
found
She did this with Christina Aguilera, and people were kind of clowning on mostly Christina, and I can't play it because of the copyright, but there's a part where Christina really just starts going for it with the runs in a way that, like right there, that Sabrina is not totally capable of doing, which is fine, but it is just funny that, like, when they're doing a song together, Christina still has to, like, do her thing. It's cute. I like it. But let's give Sabrina, like, a chance. She's supposed to go after that? Whatever. I love Christina. Christina also appeared at her Los Angeles show. She did her Tiny Desk concert, obviously. Don't think this is a standout, especially compared to Miss Doechii's, but, you know, everyone did it this year, and she is very cute. And she did a VMA performance, and Britney called it weird.
Okay, so did you guys watch the VMAs? I didn't watch the VMAs, but I did see stuff on my phone from YouTube of Sabrina Carpenter. Why is she kissing an alien on stage? I adore her. I love her to death. I didn't understand that part. Why didn't she kiss a girl? Like, that was weird.
But that's kind of iconic. To have Britney call your performance weird. I would love it. She also did the Good Luck Babe cover for Live Lounge that people really liked. Her and Chappell seem to have a very good rapport. They apparently have talked because they kind of both blew up this year, so it's really nice to see them supporting each other. She did a Nonsense Christmas for Netflix, featuring Chappell and Tyla and Kelly Uchis, Shania Twain, and Kyle Mooney of SNL fame. Performed the Capitol's Summertime Ball, performed on SNL. Incredible music videos, though. That's, like, the big thing with Sabrina, is that, like, she is kind of the girl doing the videos now. Charlie's got some good videos, obviously. Other people have good videos, but, like, I feel like Sabrina is the one where that's becoming, like, her thing, is having, like, really good videos. Why didn't she just kiss a girl is so iconic. I know. And Britney would know. Other ventures, she was at the Met Gala. She broke up with Barry Keoghan, which was her, like, power couple boyfriend who is in the Please, Please, Please music video. Allegedly, the rumor is that he cheated on her. We don't know that that's what happened, but he was getting so much shit for it that he had to, like, put out this statement being like, can you guys be nice to me and stop talking about, like, my appearance and, stop talking about my relationship with my son? It's weird. I'll move this over. If anyone wants to pause it and read all of it. But, and then he also said, yeah, sitting outside my baby boy's house, intimidating them. Like, yeah, it is gross. And then I saw people responding to that being like, okay, but did you cheat on her though? It's like, all right, let's calm down. Let's let the man live. But yeah, so that's the end of that power couple. They were cute for a minute. She also did these, oh shit. Sorry, Kelly, we're not ready for you. These Redken advertisements that were funny. Hope I don't get claimed for this one. Hope Redken understands that I'm helping them. Unlike Pepsi.
I'm Sabrina Carpenter, and I know a thing or two about a great bang. In fact, I think we all deserve a better bang. My secret? ABC Acidic Bonding Concentrate from Redken.
So it's just funny. She's funny. Good sense of humor. She also did a Dunkin' Donuts ad, too.
I just love shaking that ass. You're really good at shaking that ass. Been shaking that ass for hours. You should try it.
I'm shaking that ass.
Very sexual humor, but in a way that's very tongue-in-cheek. Cute. She also released a perfume. She did this Skims photo shoot where she looked incredible. And she maybe got Eric Adams indicted. He is the mayor of New York City. I don't fully understand how this all happened, but it has to do with her music video for Feather. Because she filmed it in a church, and then the church got upset about it. And somehow that's connected to Eric Adams. Like, somehow the church scandal got someone in that church investigated, which then led to Eric Adams being investigated. I still don't totally understand, but she did make a joke about it.
Damn, what now? Should we talk about how I got the mayor indicted, or?
So that's funny. I did also just have something here about Eric Adams that I just wanted to show you because I think it's funny.
When a person was shot, doors from my house, I really...
So this is a PSA he did about how you find out if your child is hiding like drugs and weapons from you.
You can start out, I always recommend to start out in a periodic fashion so you'll be used to going through the room to look at the various items in the room. You can look in the jewelry box. A jewelry box of this nature, maybe a simple jewelry box, but if you look through it closely, you don't know what your child may be hiding. For instance, a gun could be hidden, a small caliber weapon could be hidden inside a jewelry box. Look at the various colognes and perfumes and photos and pictures. You should always, when your child brings in his popular knapsack with many different locations, look through it to see what exactly is your child carrying in addition to a book. Something simple as a crack pipe, a used crack pipe. Could he have found it on the street? That's quite possible. But this
Something as simple as a crack pipe. So good job, Sabrina. Okay, wait, is that who? Okay, yeah, she's going up against Kelly. Okay, so we have Kelly. She did the final single from her 2023 album this year. Gonna be honest, didn't really listen to it. She also did another Christmas album. So she did When Christmas Comes Around a while ago. Now she's doing When Christmas Comes Around again. She's a Christmas girly. She also did You for Christmas. That was released this year. The album features Ariana Grande, Chris Stapleton, Brett Eldridge. She did a song with Cher for Christmas. Big Christmas girly, performed at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame ceremony, and the big thing really is just the Kellyoke's that she does on her show. I don't know if she does it every day or every week or something, but just regularly she does these covers, and they are very good. She's got an incredible voice. Not much you can say about that. And I certainly can't play it. Oh, look, she did a Sabrina. So that's fun. Other ventures, obviously she is the host of the Kelly Clarkson Show. Won Daytime Emmy for Outstanding Daytime Talk Series. She's great on that show. I don't watch it like every day, but I have seen it before. And not only are her karaoke's great, I think she's a great interviewer. I think she's just great on camera. She's very charismatic. She's great. She's doing great. She hosted the Christmas in Rockefeller Center this year for the second year in a row. She is also still very much on her divorce arc. She got divorced a couple of years ago, I think, but she hates this man. And as she should. Because not only was he a bad husband, I think he was also her manager. And I think he, like, really screwed her financially or something. Like, there was a lot of weird stuff with that one. But she did something. Oh, I forget what this was, but it's something to do with her, like, Christmas stockings or something. This video probably shows it. Oh yeah, so like she's got her Christmas stockings and then one of them just said nope as a reference to her ex-husband. So she does not like that man. And I love that for her. She also, obviously like Ozempic was a big thing this year. There's a lot of celebrities who have been suspected to be on Ozempic. She's like the only person though who came forward and actually talked about it. She's not on Ozempic specifically, but she was on another weight loss medication, which I think is very cool for her to talk about and like to actually like say what happened. I do get very worried about what all this is gonna do. Because these are like medications that a lot of people just don't really have access to in the first place. So it's a lot of like celebrities and rich people who are very suddenly getting very thin. And it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be a rough decade in that sense. But I'm glad she at least like talked about it, you know? And then I think that's it for Miss Kelly. Yep, okay. So let's go back. All right, I think we can probably just, we'll just call that one already. I waited at least for Kelly to get a vote. Just to be nice. Ooh. We do love you, Kelly. Alrighty. Shawn Mendes. So he released an album this year, a full ass album. Underneath the Tree Forever, a banger. Yeah, really. Maybe if she had released that this year, she could have swept. So reached number 26 on the Billboard 200, 72 out of 100 on Metacritic. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't listen to it. It's another one where it's like, it's just not really for me. But I love that other people like it. Headlined Rock in Rio in September. So this was a really big deal because he hasn't, oh, and he's shirtless again. He hasn't, oh, that's all did I just put that in there for that? Just for whoever wanted to see that. He hadn't toured in a long time. He had actually canceled a tour in 2022 for like his mental health. So the fact that he's like out doing Rock in Rio, pretty nice. He also had a small theater tour with venues only up to 3,000 in capacity. So very small venues for what he could be doing. But I think that he's just not up for it mentally to be doing these like huge shows. And I think that that's nice that he like knows that and that he's catering to that. I know who Shawn Mendes is from memes, but I don't think I've heard a single song of his. He has one song that's pretty big that you probably would know, but I can't play it. He also performed at the VMAs. I'm gonna be honest, this VMA performance made me so uncomfortable. I don't know what it was, but like, I just wanted to die watching it. Like, I wanted to crawl into my skin. I hated it. Oh, and I hate it now. Oh, I don't know what it is. I just think it's that he's just taking himself so seriously. And for a song where I was like, I don't know that you need to do all that. Oh, it just like, oh, I didn't like it. But, you know, that's fine. Other people did, and I love that. He also did these like live from the Clubhouse sessions on his YouTube channel. He also, a thing that has been speculated about Mr. Shawn for a long time is that he may not be completely heterosexual, which is fine. In fact, maybe it's preferred. But this is something that's been surrounding him for a long time, and he did actually kind of address it recently on stage.
Since I was really young, there's just been this thing about my sexuality, and people have been talking about it for so long, and I think it's kind of silly because I think sexuality is such a beautifully complex thing, and it's so hard to just put into boxes. And yeah, and it always felt like such a intrusion on something very personal to me, something that I was figuring out in myself, something that I had yet to discover and still have yet to discover. And you know, writing this song felt really important to me because it felt like a moment where I could address it in a way that felt close to my heart. And yeah, I guess I'm just speaking freely now because I just want to be able to be closer to everyone and just kind of be in my truth. And you know, the real truth about my life and my sexuality is that, man, I'm just figuring it out like everyone, and I don't really know sometimes, and I know other times.
And it is like, it must be hard, you know? Especially, he got famous very young. He was one of those, like, I think it was like Vine or something he came up on. It's like some sort of internet-y thing with like these other young men. So, you know, this is something that he's had to deal with in front of everyone. At the same time, though, to a degree, you can't totally blame people for speculating on it when, like, this is what happened right before he went on stage and talked about it. And I'm sorry, but that shirt is just incredibly gay. Like, I mean, it's rude to talk about it publicly when he hasn't said anything himself. But I can't blame people for this one. It's just a very gay shirt. And that's fine. Again, it's almost preferred. He also did this interview with John Mayer. I'm not going to play it. This is just like an edit, so I think that's not totally fair, but it just, he's kind of talking about, he's alluding to his relationship with Sabrina Carpenter and Camila Cabello, where he was somewhat in like a love triangle with them, as we talked about Last time, Camila Cabello, kind of the subject of the Taste song and music video. He is the man in that scenario. And then he did this interview with John Mayer where he kind of alludes to it in the way where it's like, all right, you should not be doing interviews alluding to it in the first place, but especially not with John Mayer. Not good. But that's okay. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Correct. Then we have Callie. Uchis. One sec, I gotta make sure. Okay, yeah. Callie Uchis, I think is how you say the name. I always thought it was like Ukis until I started like watching interviews with her, and now it's like Uchis or Uchis or something. She's a cute girl. She released an album this year. She's been around for like a minute, but I feel like she's kind of been on the rise over these last like 2 years. And it debuted at number 2 on the Billboard 200, 88 on Metacritic, a lot of features on it, 4 singles. She also did a reissue, and she announced her pregnancy in the music video. So, I really gotta run an ad for that one. Can't have people being advertised Discover cards. Oh my god. So yeah, she announced her pregnancy in this music video. She is incredibly pregnant in the announcement. I think she announced in like January? Yeah, January 11th, so almost a year ago. And then she gave birth in March, so ready to pop. But she also performed on Jimmy Kimmel, very, very pregnant. And I think that's nice. Must be exhausting, though. Literally can't even imagine. And then she also released Never Be Yours, which was released as a single in June of 2021, or June 21st of 2024. This was like, I guess like a fan thing, like this song leaked or something years ago. And she's just now released it like officially. And it was the first release under Capitol Records. But she's cool. Isn't she a rape apologist, or did I make that up? I have no idea. I don't know anything about that. Hope not. Okay, but that was it for those two. So let's go back to our music. I feel like we can call that. Looks like Callie got it. I'm seeing stuff that apparently she defended her husband who was accused of something, so that's disappointing. Very talented though. Alright, let's go to Lil Nas. Lil Nas X. maybe I do need to keep tabs on artists I like. I just like the music. Maybe we don't need to keep tabs. I mean, we should, I guess. We don't want really problematic people out there doing stuff, but sometimes it's like, maybe it's just better to not know. I just don't want to know. So Lil Nas X released J Christ this year, January 12th, so early in the year. It has all these like parodies of different celebrities. It really flopped. I'm not even gonna... Can't even be nice about it. It flopped. And I think the problem is that it was just exactly like the stuff that he had been releasing before. And this is where we have to go to like the differences in like male pop stars versus female pop stars. Like The Weeknd can get away with doing the same kind of thing over and over again. But he is more in like the male pop star arena. Lil Nas X is definitely more aligned with the girls, where unfortunately, if you're not reinventing every era, you're falling behind. So I think that hindered him a little bit, that he is kind of just still doing the same stuff, or he was. 'Cause that song peaked at number 69. Then he did like a documentary that I did not watch. And then there was another promotional single with that. Then we have Light Again, which is his most recent. It's the first single for his upcoming album. And I do think that this song actually is pretty good. I don't think it gained a whole lot of traction, but I do like it. And I think that it's a good difference from what he had been doing before. And he also released this little promo video, which I'm not going to play because he says a gay slur in it, which is his right, but I don't want it to affect how my video gets rated if I'm not already at limited ads for the amount that I've sworn. But I'm excited to see where he goes with that. He also was on He Knows with Camila Cabello. That song and also Light Again ended up on the Madden NFL 25 video game. Obviously, I've never played that, so I didn't even know that those games, like, had songs. But I guess they do. And that was it. That was all of Lil Nas X. Then we have Tuvalu, or Tovlo. I know that her name is, like, pronounced more like Tuvalu. It just doesn't come natural to me. I see it and I'm like, Tovlo. But her name's Tuvalu. She released Heat with S.G. Lewis this year, which is an EP. I really like all the stuff she's doing with S.G. Lewis. I think that, like, that really is kind of her lane. And I hope that she stays in that lane. But I really liked it. It didn't really do much, but it did peak at number 14 on the dance/electronic charts. She released the second reissue of her debut album. And then she did My Oh My with Kylie Minogue and BB Rexha. And they performed it together. Which I can't play much of, obviously. But, you know, legend. All three. Kinda. Kylie for sure. But it's a cute song. I like it. But that's it. I would play, because I think the Heat music video is so cool, but there's naked people in it, so I definitely can't play that. See, guys, we're speeding right along. All right, I think we can call that. Tuvalu, you win. And we have Conan Gray. Conan is someone who I think kind of like started to take off really around like 2020, around the pandemic. So he's someone that I've been kind of keeping an eye on. But I don't totally think this was his year. He released an entire album. It did debut at number 14. It got pretty good reviews, 76 out of 100 on Metacritic. 5 singles. I just don't think people really talked about it that much. But it was fine. It's a fine album. It's okay. He also went on tour for a couple months. He released a song called Holidays. He performed one of the songs from his album on Jimmy Kimmel Live and Good Morning America. That song's like a ballad though, and that's the thing where I'm like, ugh, I just don't think that that's like exciting. I just don't want to see people do ballads. I'm not a ballad girl. And there were other there's more like dance songs on the album, so I'm like, why don't you promote those songs? Promote them. And then he performed at Lollapalooza. That's it. That's all I have for him. Then we have Christina. Icon. So she had her Las Vegas residency, Christina Aguilera at Voltaire, that ended in August. Very commercially successful. She also ended her 26 deal with RCA and signed with 5020 Records. A lot of people leaving their record labels this year, which is kind of exciting. Because I feel like a lot of these artists, they have that pull to actually get a deal that they want. She also did her Spotify anniversary performances for the 25th album of her debut, or the 25th anniversary of her debut album, which is one of the first albums that I ever had. Christina's debut and then also Baby One More Time were my first 2 albums. And I'm a bit more of a Britney stan than a Christina stan, but she still does have a very big place in my heart. I do love her very much. And then obviously she did that song with Sabrina for that little anniversary thing. I love this image too of her the carpet, but with the symbol from her debut. It's so cute. But then she also did one with Machine Gun Kelly. It is a very cute little rendition of Genie in a Bottle. Machine Gun Kelly doesn't sing on it, he just plays the guitar. But I just think it's so unnecessary. I'm gonna play just a little bit. Why? Why? Whatever. She also is producing Burlesque, the stage musical, that premiered this year, but I think that's cool that she's getting into stuff like that. And then she launched her own brand of lubricant, which she promoted with a sex hotline. I've given you the number here. To be clear, it's not a full sex hotline. It's really just an ad for her lubricant, but it's marketed as a sex hotline. If you call it, there's a pre-recorded thing that she'll talk to you on. But it's obviously it's not her, it's just a pre-recorded thing, but she did record it. And then she'll give you, there's different things, where it'll be oh, for sex advice or whatever, press 1, and then you press it. And then it's just Christina in a sexy voice being my first advice is that you listen to your partner. It's okay, thanks, Christina. Thank you so much. But it's fun. It's cute. And I think that that's a fun thing that she's doing, especially because, all these pop girls have their own little things, their own makeup brands or whatever. She's the first girl with a lubricant. So that's pretty special. And very on brand for her. She's always been a very sex positive person. Dude isn't good at anything. I'm assuming you're talking about MGK, and yeah, I agree. And this is the thing where I don't even hate MGK. I do, kinda. He is a weirdo. but I feel kind of bad for him because he does just kind of suck at everything, to the point where, like, when I see him, there's a part of me that's like, oh, I just want him to be good. Like, I want to have, like, one moment where I'm like, oh, MGK really killed that. And it never happens. I love when pop girls have hotlines. Remember when Lana had Honeymoon Hotline that had an Elon Musk speech? I don't remember the Elon Musk speech, but I do remember her hotline. And yeah, they're cute. It's a cute little idea. And then that was that. Is that... Okay. So go back to our bracket. Alright, I think we can call that. Sorry, Conan. Love you. And then back to another icon, Miss Celine Dion. Alright, so her year in music, she performed the finale at the Paris Summer Olympics. I want to run another ad. Come on, just hurry up. Oh, it's gonna do two, isn't it? Oh, thank God. She actually performed, like, at the Eiffel Tower, which just looks so cool. Like, oh, that's an icon. Incredible. So that was a very big deal. She also performed at a fashion show in Saudi Arabia. She presented Album of the Year at the Grammys. This is a much hyped special guest. They hadn't announced it. It was just like a thing of like, oh, there's gonna be someone at the end of the show that you're gonna want to see, because she, last year, I believe, maybe the year before, but I think last year, was diagnosed with stiff person syndrome, which is a ridiculous name. But apparently it used to be called stiff man syndrome, which is especially ridiculous because it mostly affects women. But, you know, that's how everything works. You can write off a YouTube Premium membership on your taxes. Yeah, see, I have YouTube Premium, but on my other account, but I don't want anyone to see my YouTube recommendations. I don't want you to see what I actually watch. So this is my, like, channel account. But my, like, actual personal account does have premium. So I'm not used to seeing these ads, and I can't believe how often they show up. But so, yeah, she has stiff person syndrome. First of all, also, with the YouTube premium thing, YouTube knows that it's my account for both. Like, they're connected. I don't understand why it can't just know that it's the same person on the same account. It's just a different, like, channel. Whatever. They just want more money from me. That's all. Just use uBlock? Maybe. The problem is I had another ad blocker, but then YouTube started doing that thing where it's like, oh, you can't use an ad blocker. Like, they got too smart with it. Whatever. So she has stiff person syndrome, and it does really affect her, just movement. Like, she literally just, like, is stiff and, like, can't move sometimes. And I think it's, like, an on and off kind of thing. So sometimes she's okay, sometimes she's not. It's a very rare disorder, not very well studied, but hopefully, because she is a famous person with it now, it will maybe get a little bit more research. And she has also been donating a lot of money to the research as well. So hopefully something good comes out of that. But it is very, very sad. Because her Vegas residencies were like insane. And she had been working for so long and so consistently. And to be taken out so prematurely by this disease, you know, it's sad. And it's just another reminder that pop stars are human and they have human bodies that fail them in ways that human bodies sometimes fail, unfortunately. But she also released a documentary talking about her journey with stiff person syndrome. I didn't watch it literally because I just thought it would make me too sad. I'm gonna watch it eventually, but I just wasn't like emotionally prepared for it. Because I saw clips from it and I was like, oh no, I cannot watch this. She released the documentary and the soundtrack, so that's also why it was kind of like an extra big deal that Taylor kind of snubbed her at the Grammys. But you know, again, she was in the heat of the moment, but it's like it was such a big deal that Celine was there and then kind of got ignored, you know? So that was rough. Oh, and I guess that's it for Celine. And then is that the next? Yep, okay, yeah, Celine's up with Posty. So this is Post Malone, if you don't know. He's a boy. He released an album. I just wrote some boy shit. I don't care anything about that. It's like a country album or something. I don't know. But the most important thing is that he did Levi's Jeans this year with Beyonce on her album. He also performed with her at her little not Super Bowl, but her halftime show for her Netflix thing. And then they were nominated for Best Pop Group / Duo Performance at the Grammys. Then he also, of course, did Fortnite with Taylor, which was my top song of the year. Nominated for Song of the Year and Record of the Year. Broke the record for the highest single-day streams on Spotify, and he is also in the music video. He accepted the VMA along with Taylor at the ceremony, because, of course, Taylor likes to have her collaborators there with her. So, you know, Post... I don't care that much about his regular music, but he is definitely, like, infiltrating, because I know a lot of pop people who are, like, who don't listen to his normal stuff. Like, maybe some of his older stuff, but definitely, I don't know anyone who's listening to that country album, but he is getting a lot of goodwill with a lot of people in the stan world because of these collaborations he keeps doing, which is very smart of him. But is it enough to go against Celine Dion? Let's find out. I think we can call it. I didn't really think he had that much of a chance. But, you know, seems like an okay guy, I guess. Bye, Post. Then we have Jennifer and Kylie. Alright, so this was a rough year for Jennifer. Let's just get that right off the bat. So, her album came out February 16th. Not just an album, but also the album and a film. Not a documentary, not a visual album, but a full-ass movie. Debuted at number 38 on the Billboard 200, that's the album, obviously. 61 out of 100 on Metacritic, 75% on Rotten Tomatoes for the movie. It's a very astrology-focused film, which is interesting because of this story here.
So it was the end of the audition. They had just been through rounds and rounds of cuts. She wasn't there the entire.
This is about Jennifer Lopez. This is Heather Morris of Glee fame, played Brittany on Glee. She's not talking about an experience she had, but an experience that another dancer that she knows had. Because Heather is like a professional dancer. She was before she was on Glee. She was actually a dancer for Beyonce. And then was on Dancing with the Stars, which I don't think is fair. But she's talking about a dancer that she knows that went to this audition to be a dancer for J-Lo.
Entire time. She came in the last part of it to like see the dancers that were left, meet everybody. She walks in the room. I wasn't there, so this is hearsay, okay?
Mm-hmm.
She walks in the room and she said, thank you so much. You guys have worked so hard. By a show of hands, if there are any Virgos in the room, can you just raise your hand? So a bunch of Virgos raised their hand.
And she shot them on sight.
Shot them on sight. Savannah, Georgia.
What did she do? Did they have to leave?
She whispered to her assistant.
No.
She looked at them and she said, thank you so much for coming.
Get out of here! Oh my God!
So that's just funny. That was from this is from 2 years ago, or almost 3. But with how astrology focused the film is, I'm like, I think that's true. I think that happened. She also performed on Saturday Night Live in February. She released a concert film for Apple Music and Apple TV. She had a concert tour scheduled, but then canceled. The speculation is because of low ticket sales, because a lot of this stuff did just flop. And so it was supposed to be like a tour for her, the album and in the movie. When the ticket sales were getting really low, they started to rebrand it as like a greatest hits tour because they thought maybe that would sell more tickets. Didn't happen. Then she fully canceled the tour, citing personal reasons. She said that she needed to take time off to be with her children, her family, and close friends. So that was rough for her. It's gonna keep getting rough. So alongside the movie, This Is Me Now, which was it's like an actual movie. It's like a musical movie that was all kind of about her relationship with Ben Affleck, her now ex-husband, but about how much she loved him at the time, because they were still together when this came out. So alongside that, they also released a documentary, which was like the making of the film. And this is where my heart breaks. Because when Jennifer and Ben Affleck first got back together, I was like, oh, this is like just some like PR thing. Like, who cares? They're not gonna last. They're just doing this for PR. Or even if they are together, like, genuinely, it's gonna flop. It's not gonna do well. Then I started seeing clips from this documentary.
Well, right now it's not finished. You know what I mean?
This is her. She's directing this movie, pretty much. I don't know if she's credited as the director, or she might be. But she like financed this whole movie because no one wanted to make it, but she wanted to make it. So she like financed the whole thing, made the whole thing herself, really like put her shit on the line for this. So this is about the making of it. And obviously Ben has directed movies before, so he knows what he's doing. So she's talking to him about her frustrations with it. And there's this scene here.
That's the problem. Because it is fucking no, you got to discern between things that suck DNA-wise and things that just don't work right.
DNA, I don't think it
right there,
sucks.
that's all you need.
But
the
I
DNA
think
is right,
right
then all you
now
need
it
is Chris
just
Russell.
sucks.
No, it doesn't suck. That's
Yes,
wrong.
it does.
That's wrong. That's just inexperience. That you haven't done this process before.
I'm sorry that I'm not a award-winning director.
Well,
I'm sorry.
if I was
I'm
doing
sorry that
a
I didn't
musical
write all the
concert,
things when I was
if I was
21
doing a
years
rock
old.
show, I would say to you, tell me how this goes. Are you usually afraid of before your first performance?
Like, I just saw those clips and I was like, oh, they are cute. I like them. And then immediately after that, they, like, broke up. But she also released, so not only did she released a movie, a documentary, and an album. That's all, like, the same thing. It's all part of the same thing. Then she released a lingerie line inspired by the album and the film. Like, girl, you really thought this was gonna pop off, didn't you? She put her whole ass into this. Like, why? Oh, but I love it. I love the dedication. That's so cool. JLo is a perfect example of why it's perfectly okay to aim lower. Yeah. But I like that she aimed high. I do respect it. I do think that it's, you know, she really went for it. But then there also were some other controversies. So this was the gum spitting controversy. This is a video of her on the set of something. I don't even know if it was, if this was filmed this year, but this clip started to go viral this year. And it was her spitting into her assistant's hand. She's, like, spitting her gum into it, which everyone made a whole big deal about. And I'm sorry, that happens on film sets. Like, that is a very normal thing. That, like, you're filming something and you have to, like, get something out of your mouth. Like, this, people do this. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe you don't like it. Maybe you think it's gross, but it happens. This is not Jennifer being a diva. This is literally just how film sets work sometimes. I don't know why she was getting so much shit for that. It's just, like, it's gross, yeah, but it's also, like, it's normal. It happens. And then they're also, so Ayo Adibri. So when Jennifer was a guest star, when she was the musical guest on SNL, Ayo was the host. And then it started to come out, this old podcast clip of Ayo talking about Jennifer.
Music career. Today I was actually thinking about one of my favorite scams of all time, because JLo is hosting, or is performing at the Super Bowl halftime
Yes, she
show.
is, which is a scam in itself.
And her whole career is one long scam.
Oh, the longest con. JLo can't sing, and did you know that JLo doesn't know that she can't sing?
Well, that's the thing that is...
She did an interview, and then she was like, I never knew that people didn't think I could sing. I thought I could sing.
Like, she thought that she was on... She thinks she's on multiple tracks, but it's not her. I think she thinks that she's still good, even though, like, she's not singing for most of these songs.
That is true to some degree. I don't know about how many of the songs, but for sure her, like, one of her biggest songs, Jenny from the Block, a majority of the lead vocals are not her. So it is true. But you shouldn't say it. So, well, someone should say it, actually, but the way that she said it definitely was a little rough. But so that was a little awkward, that JLo was a guest on SNL with a host who had talked so publicly against her. Ayo did address it. They made a joke about it on SNL itself.
Okay, we get it. It's wrong to leave mean comments or post comments just for clout or run your mouth on a podcast and you don't consider the impact because you're 24 and stupid. But I think I speak for everyone when I say from now on, we're going to be a lot more thoughtful about what we post online.
That was funny. And I guess she did apologize to JLo privately and maybe even cried. a bad situation. I feel bad for everyone involved in that one, because it's like, as J-Lo, it's like you just wanted to perform your songs, and now you're wrapped up in all this. It sucks. Also, for Io, was she wrong? Not totally. Then, also, she had a beauty line, J-Lo Beauty. It left Sephora in March. This is my friend. I texted him. I included a text from him at the first one, to Gwen Stefani, asking, because I wanted to know. He works at Sephora. I wanted to know, does the Gwen Stefani line sell well? And he said no. Then I texted him and I asked, what about J-Lo Beauty? What was that like? And he said, just like Gwen Stefani's brand, it didn't do well at all. I would definitely say that between the J-Lo Beauty, that between the two, the J-Lo Beauty was even less popular. I've never seen a brand start up and leave Sephora so quickly. Essentially, it only lasted 3 years there. So again, not a great year for J-Lo. Then she released this movie called Atlas on Netflix. Got a 19% on Rotten Tomatoes. We can't know because Netflix doesn't release their data. So we can't really know how many people watched it, like if it did well in numbers, but critic-wise, not good. At this point, there were rumors about her and Ben Affleck not being together anymore, which, rough, especially when, like, just a couple months ago, you made an entire movie about how much you love him. But so she started getting asked about that during the press events.
Okay, we're not doing that. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
You know better than that.
Come on, don't come in here with that energy, please. Thank you so much. If I could just end on one thing, is that Jen is a producer on this movie, and the reason why I'm here and the reason why Sterling was in this beautiful movie is because Jen cares. And Jen cares about things like representation and diversity, and she's a boss.
Ooh, rough. And in a way, I mean, I don't think the reporter should have asked that question, but like, this is kind of the risk of being in like a power couple and making your relationship a part of your music and your branding and your career. People now want to know about it. Shouldn't have asked. Shouldn't have said anything, but it's kind of the risk you run when you make a whole thing about how much you love your husband and then 2 months later get a divorce. So yeah, filed for divorce. I think it was the 1 year anniversary of their wedding or something. Rough. And then she also kind of got wrapped up in the Diddy allegations. Now there's nothing proven so far, but because she was with Diddy, they were in a relationship for a while at the beginning of like the 2000s. Obviously there are questions about what she did or didn't know. Which this to me, so this is her dodging a question about it. And this got spun as like she's dodging the question, and someone was like, oh, she walked away from a CD signing. It's like, well, she was also just walking up and just signing fans really quickly, and she was gonna walk away anyway, so I don't think she necessarily walked away because of that question. But also this doesn't totally seem fair to me, because it's like, okay, yeah, maybe she knew something about what Diddy was doing, or maybe she was also a victim of his. Like, we just don't know. But it just, like, she just can't win. Nothing she's done, like, and you know what? This is what I'll say about her. She has handled this whole year with a lot of grace. Like, I can't even believe you would never see me again. Well, that's not true. But I think that I would lose my mind if I had to deal with all this in 1 year. And she still is like showing up for interviews. She still is, she did an interview recently where she addressed, that old clip of her at the AMAs where she said, mi gente Latino, which people made fun of her for. And she she had a good sense of humor about it. She's gorgeous. That's one thing that I've seen a lot of people say, that like no matter what she's going through, you're never gonna see her not looking like a 10 at all times. And that is true. Like, I don't think I've ever seen a single image of J-Lo, whether it's like a paparazzi photo or anything, where she didn't look so hot. And you know, that's not everything. Looks aren't everything. But it is an achievement. It is an achievement, you know? To like get up and do your hair and put on your makeup and do your skin routine and everything every day, especially when you're going through like the worst year of your life. It's something to celebrate. It is something to celebrate. So, you know, and you know what? Something else I can say is that I think that people love a comeback story. So while she maybe had the worst year of her life this year, I think next year she might have just kind of set herself up for something incredible. We'll see. I'm rooting for her, honestly. Then we have Kylie Minogue, who I'm also rooting for all the time. She released Attention 2 this year. Number 98 on the US Billboard, but Kylie's never been that big in the US for whatever reason. I still don't totally understand why. But it was big on the Australian charts. Obviously, she's an Australian artist. 77 out of 100 on Metacritic, features BB Rexa, Tuvalu, The Blessed Madonna, Orville Peck, and Sia. She finished her Las Vegas residency, and she also announced her tour, which I will be attending, and I'm excited. I like Kylie. She also performed a medley of hits at the Brit Awards while accepting the Global Icon Award. She received the Icon Award for Billboard's Women in Music. She won the Grammy for Best Pop Dance Recording for Padam Padam, the second Grammy of her career, which is crazy because she's been around for forever. Performed with Madonna at the Celebration Tour. She did a 32-year-old song with Prince that leaked this year, which is wild. Like, why now? And she also signed a new record deal. Or no, not a record deal. I'm sorry. She signed a deal with a talent agency in New York, or not New York, just the US, for acting. So I don't know if she's planning to get into acting more, but that's kind of exciting. And then she also was at the Met Gala. Padam Padam is one of my favorite songs of the year. It was released last year, though. She won the Grammy this year, but it was released last year. Now, personally, I'm not going to tell you guys how to vote. I'm going for J-Lo because I feel like her having a shit year actually just kind of makes it more iconic. But obviously Kylie just is an icon. To the close one. Everyone get your votes in. Your votes matter. I'm gonna call it for J-Lo, I think. We haven't moved. All right. J-Lo it is. Kylie, love you. See you on tour. And then we have my girl. I'm gonna be real with you guys. This one might be in a little bit of a different format because I made this one first. Because I just, you know. It's not really that different. I think I just kind of like split it up into more slides than I maybe did for other people. But so this year, obviously, she released Disease. Incredible song. Positive reception, debuted at 27 on Billboard. She did multiple live versions on YouTube, which kind of pissed me off with this one.
Did you know that Amazon
sorry.
has a $50 million fund?
Wait, what? $50 million fund. Okay, so she did all these, and they're fine, but like it's a dance song, and like, could we get one with like choreography maybe? Maybe just one? But they're all just like, they're not acoustic, but they're more like, you know, stripped back versions. And they're good. But did we need 2 of them? Or like there was like 3. Whatever. She pisses me off, but I love her. This is also the start of the LG7 era. Here, let me just go. Because this is something that I do want to point out. Because, you know, it's hard for me sometimes with Miss Gaga because she has a habit of... First of all, it's very Wisteria Lane-ish. It's not set on Wisteria Lane, but it kind of looks like it. This is what the Fortnite video should have looked like. But she has a habit sometimes of just like hyping things up and then not really delivering with them, especially the last couple of pop album promos. So, you know, the fact that she released this song and then hasn't really released anything else related to the album is a little bit concerning for me. But something that I do notice, and that I noticed before, is that you can see here in the video the blonde roots growing back from the black hair. And very recently, today, she posted some videos on her Instagram where she has full blonde hair again. So I'm wondering if this was just a tease for like in a couple months, you know, when she comes back with LG7, that she's like growing the blonde hair back, that she's about to come back. And now that she's got the blonde hair, I'm like a little more hopeful that like something's about to come, something's about to happen. I do wish that she would have maybe released this single a little bit closer to the album coming out if we weren't going to get any other singles, or if she wasn't even going to tell us the name of the album. Like, we're still calling it LG7. It comes out next month, but whatever. I'll trust her. No, I won't. I don't trust her. I do. Kind of. I don't know. So for the album earlier this year, I promise I'm not going to run an ad again. She played these songs for people outside of her hotel, I think while she was maybe promoting Joker 2. And this is what we heard.
Oh my goodness. That's perfect.
it just pissed me off because it's like, all the people in that crowd, if they had just been a little bit quieter, maybe I could have heard a little bit more. And they could have heard a little bit more. There's parts where they're screaming, and I'm like, there's no way you can even hear what's going on at this point. Pissed me off. But I love that she's excited about it. And like, from what I can hear, it does sound pretty good. The thing is, though, is that we have these, like, little tiny, tiny snippets, and people keep putting them into, like, AI things to, like, get the, like, crowd noise out and try to make, like, an actual snippet out of it. And so all AI is doing is just making a new song, pretty much, because the AI thing can't hear it any better than you can. So YouTube is just full at this point of these, like, AI snippets of the songs. And I was like, it's not gonna sound like this, you guys. Stop trying. Then she obviously did Die With a Smile with Bruno Mars. Straight people loved it. I like it too. I do listen to it a good amount. But it's got a good music video, nominated for 2 Grammys. And the thing that's so exciting about it is that Bruno has never lost a Grammy that he's been nominated for. So maybe we've got these in the bag. I don't know. Critical acclaim, fastest song to hit 1 billion streams on Spotify. She also did the live performance in Las Vegas, and they released that video the same time as the Disease music video, which she keeps doing this where she releases like 2 things at once, and I think that it's like, I think her idea and what she's trying to do is trying to not like get herself into just one era all at once. So she's doing like, you know, Joker stuff with Bruno and also like Disease stuff with Bruno, like she's trying to diversify. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Maybe it's over now. Maybe she's just going to be fully in LG7 era, which I would like. But if she wants to keep doing this kind of like diversifying thing, I think that's fine as long as I still get pop music. It also, this song just hit #1, but it hit #1 like this week. So it doesn't count for 2024. But for the record, it did hit #1, and she is now, her, Michael Jackson, and Janet Jackson are the only 3 artists that have 3 #1 songs in 3 different decades. So, it's my girl. She also released the Harlequin album, 73 out of 100 on Metacritic. It debuted at number 20. She did this Jimmy Kimmel performance, which was insane. This is one of the best performances she's ever done. I'm so angry that she hasn't put it onto streaming. Every time, I can't listen to the album version anymore. When I start to listen to the album version, I'm like, oh, I gotta listen to the live version. The live version's so much better. This is like an insane performance. Incredible. Let me just play like a little bit of it. My dad texted me about this the day after. He was like, Gaga was so good on Jimmy Kimmel. I was like, I know. She's incredible. Supposedly that whole set though, she did a full set and it was like a full live performance that people were saying that she was going to release into like a film. And apparently, like, people were at this thing and they were like, oh my god, it's incredible. It's like one of the best things she's ever done. She was so good. Like, where is the film, Gaga? And this is where I'm wondering if she's going to release that the same time that she, like, releases something for LG7. I don't know. I don't know what her plan is. But I'd like her to hurry up. Like, where is it? Also, I just thought the visuals were really mismatched. Like, I like the album more now, but when it first came out, I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Because she put out these visuals that made it seem like it was gonna be like a rock album, which is what I would have preferred, to be honest. And then I listened to it, and it's mostly like jazz or like old kind of pop, like, you know, old classic pop. And I was like, oh. I thought we were gonna get like a grungy kind of pop or grungy like rock album. and we didn't. But that's okay. It's a good album. Just a little mismatched promo. But in the photos also, there were a lot of references to old stuff. So like she's got, I think this is the cover photo this is from, or no, this isn't the cover photo. This is another just promotional photo. But she's got her like disco bra. She's got the Joanne World Tour VHS. Lots of different references throughout. And that's what's so exciting to me is this like, I feel like at this point, I'm old. I'm old. And I think that the young people don't realize that like the intensity that Swifties have about Taylor Swift. Little Monsters really used to be like the original Swiftie. And we used to do shit like this of like decoding photos and promotional images and trying to find Easter eggs and all this different stuff. Like this used to be our thing. And I miss it. Because I think Gaga is so good at it. Because she's such a like visual artist and she's so into like symbolism and references and like this was so important to me. Those promotional photos were so important to me in a way that I can't even describe to you. And then she also released the Chromatica Ball on HBO this year. Waited way too long. Way too long. And she did this whole thing about how, like, she was in the editing room for, like, hours. Like, she edited it herself. Here's the thing. And I love her. But I don't fully trust her sometimes. When she says this whole thing about, like, it took so long because she was editing it herself, I think she started editing it herself, and then I think she moved on to something else. Because if you notice when you watch the film, there's way more, like, editing and way more kind of, like, weird, sort of, like, quirky edits in the beginning, and then they just kind of stop. So I think she started it, didn't really care anymore, moved on to something else, and then there was still just such a huge fan demand for it, and people were just so mad at her for not releasing it, that I think they were like, oh, okay, just hand this off to another editor, finish it, put it out. I think that's what happened. And it's a little annoying, but, you know, whatever. And I think the thing, too, is, like, we just waited so long to get the film, and I loved the tour so much, because I went and saw it, that, like, by the time the film came out, I was like, I've watched it so many times on YouTube, like, watched fan edits and stuff. It's like, at this point, I could have been watching this film the whole, like, the last 2 years. I would have just watched this nonstop. But now it's like, I'm over it. And I've watched it on YouTube with fan edits, and they're not that much worse. Like, they're about the same quality. I mean, this obviously has better camera quality and everything, but it didn't make that much of a difference. Whatever. She finished her jazz and piano thing in Las Vegas. She did this Olympics performance, which oh wait, I gotta go back. I just want to show you one part. Watch one of the, yep, that dancer right there. Right in the corner here. I just love a good fall. And then she did Carpool Karaoke, not the one with James Corden, but like the Apple TV one, with that one guy, the Apple Music guy. She acknowledged Christmas Tree. She sang Christmas Tree. I'm still waiting for an official Princess Di release. I know. She also did the Santa Claus is Coming to Town, a very fun version. I loved that. Suspicious amount of archived footage has come out recently. I think she is gearing up for some sort of, like, greatest hits tour, some sort of, like, almost like an Eras tour, or some sort of maybe documentary or something. She's doing something for sure that's supposed to be like nostalgic and referential to her early career, because there's so much stuff that keeps coming out from her early career. So this is like one of her earliest. This is 2007 Lollapalooza. This is like an interview that she did. There's like other little like promotional stuff she did, like little photo shoots. And then also like the actual like Lollapalooza full performance is now online, which it had never been fully. There had been a few clips here and there, but now it's like all on YouTube. So like something's happening. Something's happening. And there's other stuff like that that just keeps happening.
And lighters. So lighter fluid, fog machine fluid, hairspray, a bag full of hairspray. I
just love her. She sang at the Kamala Harris rally the night before the election. She also announced her Coachella headlining show for 2025, which I am just too poor to attend. I really thought about it. But I literally can't. I literally don't have the money. She's also, her other ventures, she is an actual patient of Nurtec ODT. She released 2 ads for it this year. She hosted some like pharmaceutical event thing at her house too. Like she's getting really into the big pharma stuff. I don't really know, but all right. She had her Fortnite skin come out this year. This is again, because the Ariana one came out a long time ago. I think that they were supposed to come out together for sure. I think that she didn't care anymore, and then they put the Ariana one out, and then she probably eventually had to release this one. So the timing is just super weird. I don't know what's going on with that, but whatever. I don't play Fortnite, but if I did, I would have bought it. She also celebrated International Women's Day with Dylan Mulvaney. This one was just significant to me because this was another big criticism of her last year, that or 2023, I guess, that she, even while like a lot of anti-trans stuff was going down, she just didn't really say anything. And then the Nurtec ad happened to come out like around Pride Month, and people were pissed. It's like, why haven't you talked about anything related to these issues that you were once so passionate about? And there was some speculation that maybe like contractually with Joker 2 that she wasn't allowed to talk about anything political, which I don't think is true, but that was a rumor. So I was just kind of glad to see her with Dylan Mulvaney and making like a statement and everything about it. Because it was a little bit weird just for her to just be so silent throughout all of like 2023 and most of 2024. But whatever. I love her. I love her. Joker 2 flopped hard. 32% on Rotten Tomatoes. I don't think it's as bad as a lot of people think that it is. I don't think it's good. But I think there was potential there. I have a lot of complicated feelings about Joker 2 that we don't have time for. But it did flop. She also continued doing house lab stuff. Oh, this is a cute clip, actually.
I'm going to use a product now that is a little bit of a secret. So I'm going to do this off camera, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back from using the secret product. Can you guess what I used? It's okay, so now I'm going to go.
That's my girl. And you know, I clown on her for the house lab stuff sometimes, because sometimes it feels like that's all she wants to promote, which is a little frustrating. But ultimately, I do think of like all the celebrity beauty brands, I think that she is incredibly involved in it. Definitely very involved. Every like promotional thing, she seems very knowledgeable about the product she's talking about. She seems to have really done her research. And it is a good brand. So I love that for her. She also got engaged this year. She sort of inadvertently announced it at the Paris Olympics by just getting caught on camera accidentally referring to someone as her boyfriend as her fiance. Now, when this news came out, I was like, wait, didn't we already know she was engaged? I thought for sure that she already was, and we already knew. Apparently we didn't. But this is the thing, is that she has gotten engaged so many times that I think once she's with a guy for more than like a month, I just assume they're engaged. And she has made a joke about that.
Engaged 3 times. Every guy that I date asks me to marry them. And it's like, I don't know how to say no. Like, I was like...
So I guess that would make it like the 4th time now. But this guy does seem good. And he like made her a studio to record in her own house. And he's like the person who encouraged her to get back into pop music. And he's also listed as a producer on like all the stuff she's doing now. Like he's a producer on the Harlequin album. He's a producer on Disease, I think, too. So he's a winner, I think. Or he's a gay man undercover. But that's it. Okay, so that was Gaga. Here's Usher, who we also love. Usher is also great, but so he released an album, Coming Home, released in February. Number 2 on the Billboard 200, 76 out of 100 on Metacritic. Nominated for Best R&B Album at the Grammys, nominated for Album of the Year at the BET Awards, 3 singles, one of them reached number 25. He also obviously headlined the Super Bowl this year, which was the big thing. And he did a tour. But this isn't like... This isn't about him specifically, this clip I'm about to show, but it is related to the Super Bowl performance. So Alicia Keys opened it with him. She like performed her little song, and then he came out. She didn't hit her note right away. However, if you go and watch the performance on YouTube, you wouldn't know that. Because the NFL people, the Super Bowl people, I don't know, went through and changed it. Like the original broadcast is not the same as what is currently on YouTube for Alicia Keys' part. So I'm gonna just play that.
Some people want it all, but I don't want nothing at all if it ain't. Some people want it all, but I don't want nothing at all.
And it's like, well, but it happened live. That's what happens when you perform live. Sometimes you don't hit the note. I just think they should have kept it. I think it's a little messed up that they've tried to change history. That's what happened. We all saw it. Whatever. But we do love Usher. He also, right after the Super Bowl performance, went and married his longtime partner in Las Vegas, which is super cute. And that's nice. I love that for them. I guess that's the wedding they did it in. Very humble. Very sweet. He also, his son got into headlines this year because he went onto Usher's phone and sent Pink Pantheress some DMs. Which was just funny. It's funny and cute. It's like a little wholesome story. He said, "Hello, this is Usher's son. I'm your biggest fan. Follow me back." So cute. But that's that. So, feel free, vote with your heart, and I won't get mad at you, I promise. Maybe. Alright, I think we can end that there. People in the chat are saying he is a full Zionist, which I did not know. When would Usher even be weighing in on that? I wouldn't even think to check. Whatever, let's move on. We have Ice Spice, who had an interesting year. So she released her debut album, debuted at number 18 on the Billboard 200, 65 out of 100 on Metacritic, which is actually better than I thought, because a lot of people were like really trashing this album. But I mean, 65 isn't that bad. Certainly there were worse in this bracket. Also a couple features on the album, 6 singles, the lead being the Think You the Shit, in parentheses, fart, widely panned, thought by many people to be maybe the worst song of the year. I think that's a little dramatic, but certainly not really a serious song. Miss Poopy. And then she did some bonus tracks. She performed with Snoop Dogg at a Fortnite event. She won Best New Artist at the VMAs. And then she also, she confirmed her beef with Lotto, who I think is who the pooping song is about. It's about someone for sure. She was also accused of being a homewrecker by some TikTok lady. She got into a beef with Cleopatra. This is a lot of like back and forth between the two of them, all to do with, I think Cleopatra went on tour with Ice Spice, and Ice Spice just kind of like shitty to her throughout the whole thing. You'd have to go watch their like TikToks to see the whole story. But so got into a lot of drama with a lot of people, but still friends with Taylor Swift, which, for whatever that's worth, there's that. She also does not understand football, and that was very relatable. So there are multiple clips of people seeming to explain football to Ice Spice and her not totally getting it, which, same. Absolutely same. It doesn't make sense. And you know what? It's fine. No one needs to know. So there's that. Definitely an interesting year for her. And then we have Ariana Grande. So, Eternal Sunshine, released March 8th, debuted at number 1. This is her 6th number 1 on the chart. 84 out of 100 on Metacritic. Personally, I do think it's her best album. And then 3 singles, some remixes with Troye Sivan, Mariah Carey, Brandy and Monica. The We Can't Be Friends video features Evan Peters. 5 nominations at the VMAs. Debuted at number 1, making Ariana the first female artist. She's the female artist with the most number 1 debuts in history. And then the Boy Is Mine video features Penn Badgley. She also released a reissue of My Everything, which is, I think, her first album. I'm not as familiar with her, like, fresh out of Nickelodeon stuff. Sympathy is a Knife remix with Charlie XCX, put on the Brett remix album. She also performed at the Met Gala, which some videos have come out of that performance, because we usually don't get to see a whole lot from inside the Met Gala, so this was kind of exciting. Usually whatever happens in there is a total mystery, but we do have a lot of footage of this performance, and I kind of liked her outfit on, like, her stage outfit more than her red carpet outfit. And then she performed The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon, but she also said she'd like to focus more on her acting and less on her music. And then for other ventures, she hosted and performed on SNL. Obviously, the performance goes a little bit more with the music, but, you know, she was the host, too. She was the first Domingo sketch. She did a lot of Wicked promo. Obviously, Wicked also came out this year, and her and oh my god, her and Miss Cynthia are just crying in like every interview.
Very good. Oh my gosh.
So much crying.
We would love for you to be our alpha.
Well, that was from her winning, so her getting the role, so I understand that one. But just like every interview.
No, babe. Babe.
No,
Yeah.
cry.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I think this is kind of the film rollout that people expected Gaga to have on Joker too.
That's the message.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Stop, you guys.
Well, yeah.
It's true.
Yeah, I've
They are just always crying. And this is the thing that's interesting to me too. Because I would think that like maybe it's just because they're kind of like exhausted from doing all this promo. Like they're tired, so they're gonna be more emotional than normal, which is why they're crying so often. But this is the thing, you look. It's the interviewers too. They're all crying. And I think it's like she gets emotional. Like they're all, I think it's just like a theater kid thing that I'm just not really getting. They're all so serious and so emotional. It's just interesting. Yeah, I understand. Wicked had me bawling. I walked out of the theater. I get why you would cry during the movie. But it's just like every interview you're doing. Like, they just have no moments where they're like, just kind of over it. Whatever. Good for them. This is obviously, there's the holding space interview that happened. I don't even think I need to play it because I think everyone has heard it at this point. This is my favorite thing that came out of it, though.
I am defying gravity. Really holding space with that, and feeling power in that. Really holding space with that. I've seen it on a couple posts. I don't know how widespread, but you know I am in. Really holding space with me up, so really holding space with that, and feeling power in that.
Lyrics of Defying Gravity.
That's fun. And they also, oh yeah, this is so cute. She's doing interviews with other people and it comes up because that's not what the interviewer is known for.
First I just want to let you know that I am holding space for you.
Thank you. I'm starstruck. seeing
Yeah,
you
I am
walk in.
starstruck.
Yeah. Well, likewise. And I'm going to go to you first.
It's cute. So a lot of memes that came out of that. Just an insane press schedule. Like, I can't believe how much they're making these women do. They're everywhere. And they have not stopped. Like, the movie came out and they are still out there doing interviews. So the movie came out, sixth highest grossing film of the year, which you would think with all the promo and everything that's around it, you would think it would have cracked the top 5 at least. But, you know, musicals are a little bit niche, so that still is pretty great. 88 on Rotten Tomatoes, and she is nominated, she was nominated for Best Supporting Actress at the Golden Globes. Obviously, the Golden Globes have since happened, so we do know that she did not win, but she was nominated. And she could theoretically be nominated for an Oscar. We don't know yet. Controversies this year, though. Home-wrecking allegations. These originated in, 2023, I think, but this year they kind of cooled off for a bit, but then the ex-wife of her current boyfriend did do this op-ed for The Cut, and it's pretty bad. And obviously, the boyfriend is the one who really, fuck that guy. But she, go read this essay if you haven't. It's bad. but she's involved in that controversy. There also was this controversy with Elvira, who talked about this event, this like meet and greet thing that Ariana came to, brought a whole like big posse with her, and then like didn't want to take a photo with Elvira. Like it was a whole thing. And then eventually, yeah, this is just an explanation of all of it. Ariana at one point commented, and she said, "I'm so disheartened to see this. I actually don't even remember getting the chance to meet you because I had an anxiety attack to my memory left before the rest of my family. This is around 7 years ago, and at the time I was really not great with being in public crowds or loud places. But if I'm misremembering this moment, I sincerely apologize for offending you." Which that all is like totally valid, because I think that was around the time of the terrorist attack at one of her concerts, which obviously would have been really traumatic and scary. Here's where it gets a little bit backhanded though. "Thank you for being so nice to my mom. She told me how lovely you were. She might have different feelings about that now, but I'll talk to her. Clearly, we all have our days." A little shady, but okay. Then there's just ongoing conversations, oh damn, we can't even watch that one, about cultural appropriation that have kind of come back up because of the way that Ariana's speaking voice has changed and the way that she talks. She used to use a lot more like AAVE, and now she just talks differently. And I think that people are noticing the severe change in her speech. But this also, somewhat related to that, is just the way that her like actual like speaking voice has changed.
This sort of business, whether it's, being on Broadway or recording albums, I really just hope I'm always singing and acting and dancing. Hey, twist!
It's on a girl with a boy. I never said my ex cheated on me with a boy. That's not what I ever said. But you said 90.
I think that as human beings, we all say and do things that we don't mean at all sometimes. And we have to learn from it. I mean, that's part of our process. We have to learn from our mistakes, and that's how we grow.
Probably be SJP, Rihanna, and Madonna. Like in a fashion blender, that would be so tight. I love that.
What is your? Because initially I went right home. I went to Florida, and I was like, I can't.
Something that was not for me. So Fantasize comes out, crazy, was stolen, comes out, thieves, pirates, crooks, illegal. What?
How are they stealing?
I'll pay you more to put it away, like to get it back.
Yeah, she definitely has like a bit of a higher voice now. Oh wait, is this the? It's not the one where her voice changes mid-interview. But I don't know. It just she's like an actual like actor, like theater actor. I think a lot of actors do just have kind of, they have like just internal identity issues, a lot of them, and I think that that's probably where a lot of these like big changes in voices and stuff comes from, where it's like when she's doing something, she adapts to the situation that she's in, and that's who she is for that time period. Doesn't really excuse any sort of cultural appropriation, but I think that's something that someone like her is just very vulnerable to in a way, because she has to just keep transforming into these different versions in order to feel something. And I think that's something a lot of actors do. But oh, okay, so that was that 2? Yep, okay, Ice Spice and Ariana. I wonder who will win. Alright, I think we can call it. Hi, Ice. Better album, bigger home wrecker. Sorry, Ice, not even close. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely got more of a track record with that, but that's okay as long as the music's still good. None of my business. All right, next up we have SZA. So this was kind of she would have been on the bracket regardless, but she is definitely getting a bit of a late boost here because she released Lana in December, so very close to the end of the year. This is a reissue of SOS, but it really is just kind of its own album. And she did something really interesting too, where all the deluxe edition tracks she put first in the track list, which I don't think I've ever really seen anyone do that. But so yeah, reissue of SOS, but also just fully its own album. She performed at the Grammys as well. With this very weird, it was like a MasterCard ad, so it almost wasn't even like a full Grammy performance. It was like kind of an ad in between, which it was still a good performance, but I would have liked to see it just without the MasterCard angle of it. Like just put her actually on the stage with the other artists. But it was a good performance. She did Drive off the album. She had Ben Stiller in the music video. Hey. Well, that is a fun... I'm glad we got to watch that ad, I guess. Yeah, Ben Stiller's in the music video, just killing it. Just absolutely crushing. She finished her SOS tour this year. She did a song with Kendrick Lamar. She announced her split from her manager. But she said, like, there was no bad blood, which is sort of weird considering that it was, like, a pretty sudden split, especially, like, right after the release of Lana. But she says that there's no bad blood and she still loves him, so, you know, hope that that's true. She also, in other ventures, she dressed as a bug for Hot Ones.
This one brings me so much peace of mind. It just, in the realm of, like, being a person is so daunting, and, like, being your own skin and the whole sheboygan, and like just the freedom of yeah, I just, for no other reason, I'm just tired of being not a bug. It's like, what the wouldn't you want to be a bug if you could be anything else? What would you be if you could be anything else right now?
A bear.
Period.
You know?
That's what you
He was so ready. I feel her on that. I also sometimes when I feel like down about myself, I imagine that I'm a small bear because it makes everything I do cuter and more impressive. You know, like a 28-year-old woman taking out the trash, boring. A tiny little baby bear taking out the trash, incredible. If you saw that, you'd be like, oh my God, how does the bear know how to do that? So that's what I like to do sometimes. Also, what does she mean, the whole sheboygan? I've been trying to figure that out for forever. What, sheboygan, like the Wisconsin city? Is there another meaning of the word sheboygan that I'm not aware of? Is she from, she's not from Sheboygan. The whole sheboygan, like, what does that mean? She also did a very, very cute chicken shop date appearance, which I really liked. A lot of other people did the chicken shop date thing. The chicken shop dates have been poppin', but I really liked hers in particular. She also bought a bunch of people pizza in, her hometown of New Jersey. So nothing to do with Sheboygan. So what does the whole Sheboygan mean? Whatever. So that was SZA. Great year, but also somewhat of a short year because her biggest thing was released in December. Then we have Dua Lipa. She released her album Radical Optimism May 3rd. It debuted at number 2, 73 out of 100 on Metacritic. She did 4 singles. She did a lot of performances and music videos. So, like, if you just go down, like, she really was kind of doing a lot. However, did any of it stick? I don't know. I liked this performance a lot, actually, the Brit Awards one. But the rest, I don't know. Oh, she must have meant the whole shebang. Maybe. That must be, I just was like, what does Sheboygan mean? I love that, though. The whole Sheboygan. And then she did this Evening with Dua Lipa broadcast. I think it was on CBS. And then she also did her tour. Oh, and she got engaged to a man who is attractive, which people are very excited about, because I guess everyone thinks that everyone else's boyfriends are ugly. So they were thankful for Dua Lipa marrying a hot guy. Personally, though, I think it's good for hot girls to occasionally date less hot men, let's just say, because I think it's a good reminder for all the, like, weird incel people who think that women just want, like, hot jack dudes all the time. It's like, no, they literally just want someone who's nice to them. Just be nice. But she did bag a hottie, so there's that. Yeah, Radical Optimism is really good. I don't think it really had, I don't think it stuck with the culture much. Especially, not compared to, like, Future Nostalgia, which I think is always going to be, you're always going to be compared to your last album, which, but, you know, this was such a stacked year for pop music anyway that it's like, everyone would have had, a hard time. Why is my mouse not showing up in my thing? I can't see my mouse. Oh, here we go. Okay, got it. Thank God. That was so weird. All right, I think we can call it. Miss SZA is moving on. Yeah, and someone wrote, she sold it as something more experimental, which is why I think it ended up disappointing. Yeah, not even just experimental, like, she promoted it like it was going to be super different from her last album. Like, it was going to be a full new era, like a full new Dua. And then it was like, oh, this is not that different. It's kind of just the same. It's not as, like, disco-y, but it's very similar. So yeah, I do think that was kind of a part of it. And also, again, just, like, the pressure that's on pop girls to reinvent anyway. Like, even if she hadn't sold it that way, I think the fact that it wasn't that different from her last album probably just would have still hurt her. All right, and we have Kim Petras, someone who I do not listen to for a very particular reason. She released Slut Pop Miami on Valentine's Day, produced by somebody. Mixed reviews. She also did Don't Lie with the Chainsmokers. Okay. And then she was featured on Katy Perry's album. So that's Kim Petras. Then we have Billie Eilish. She released her album Hit Me Hard and Soft this year, debuted at number 2, 89 out of 100 on Metacritic. I do think this is one of the best albums of the year, like as far as like production and everything. Great album. All 10 songs charted in the top 40 on the Billboard 100, which is crazy, but a lot of them really popped off on TikTok. Used to love Kim when she first came out, but I can't look past her support for a certain producer. Yeah, that's the thing for me. It's like I just literally I can't listen to the music because with like, and people will compare it and be like, oh, you can listen to Doja Cat. It's like, yeah, but Doja had said stuff about how indicating that she didn't want to work with Dr. Luke. So it's like I don't want to punish her for something that she didn't necessarily choose. Whereas like Kim has specifically defended him and has chosen to work with him. The allegations were out when she signed her deal to work with him specifically. So it's like the excuse is there's no excuse for it. I'm not gonna listen to it. But it is a shame because like I would love to support probably the most prominent trans pop artist working right now. But I can't because the decisions that she's making. Anyway, back to Billie. She also did 2 singles and a promotional single. People were kind of upset about this music video for Birds of a Feather. Ew, okay, I'm definitely putting an ad for this one. I worked at Starbucks for a long, long time. And they are not getting any money on my dollar. Oh, I hate that company. Anyway, people were upset about this music video, like how, I guess, low effort it was or something, like they were expecting something different, but I don't know, it's like, I feel like no one, other than like Sabrina Carpenter, is really doing videos at all, so it's like, take what I can get, I guess. But I don't know, I'm not in like the Billie standum specifically, so I don't know if this was getting hyped up as something else. I just saw a lot of people tweeting that they didn't like it. And then she got 7 nominations at the Grammys. She's probably going to win a lot of them. The Grammys love her. And then she did her tour started this year. Rave reviews. My friend who works at Sephora, he went to that tour. It looked like a great time. She did the Guess remix with Charlie. They did the video together. Incredible video. All this underwear in the video. If you see, they're on these like big piles. Oh yeah, here's a big pile of it. That all got donated to like women's shelters and stuff, which is super cool. So we love that. There's no way, that's not a whole big pile of underwear. There's gotta be something under that, and then they just put the underwear on top of it. That couldn't just all be one big pile. It wouldn't be sturdy enough, I don't think. But whatever. She also performed at the Olympics at the closing ceremony. She did her own little NPR Tiny Desk concert. So did everybody. She won the Academy Award for Best Original Song, the youngest person to win 2 Academy Awards in the same category. That seems like one of those other like little records that it's like, okay, there's a lot of qualifiers on that. Youngest person to win 2 awards in the same category, but whatever, she's got the record. She won a Grammy for Song of the Year and Best Song for Visual Media. She will probably win again. She also performed What Was I Made For at the Grammys. Other ventures, she did a Fortnite collab. So people were saying that she had the flirtiest chicken shop date. I think the SZA one's a little flirtier, but still, flirty. We love it. She is very clear that she does not want to talk about her sexuality or who she's dating ever again, though, which I respect. I don't know how much people were doing that. I guess they were. She did her 8th year of this like Vanity Fair thing that she's been doing. I didn't watch this one though. But yeah, oh look at her. Oh my god, little baby Billy. That's crazy. And she's also she's been doing a lot of different interviews. Like, I keep thinking that she didn't have, not that she didn't have a big year, 'cause she did, but that she wasn't, like, doing, like, the promo cycles the same way that, like, some of, you know, like, I guess Ariana was doing it for Wicked, not really for her music. But, like, obviously not as a big of a year promotionally as, like, Charli XCX and stuff. But she has been doing, like, a lot of stuff just throughout the year. It's just, like, a little bit more low-key. But she's doing lots of different random interviews, like this one. This one that she did for healthcare.gov. But this is just, oh, this is gonna go to a second one, and I can't even, oh my god. This is unbearable. This is what ads are like. Whereas, like, Korean kids meet Billie Eilish. Why? Like, what? Why? I mean, it's cute, but... Alright. She's been everywhere. Okay. So there's that one. We're almost through this whole... Oh, shit. Sorry, I went to the intro. We're almost through the first full round. And you guys thought we were gonna have to do a third one. No. Oh, I gotta put the music back on. Alright, I think we can call that one. Very nice of some of you to vote for Kim. Very charitable. So it's purely voting after round one. Yep. Might do like a little reminder, just, you know, to give like a little overview of if someone had a big year in music or whatever, but like, yeah, we're just pretty much gonna vote. We're not doing like slides or anything. So we'll power through the rest of that for sure. We'll go to Tinashe. Released an album this year, 77 on Metacritic. 4 singles. Biggest single of which, Nasty, was released April 12th. Went viral on TikTok. Can't really play the audio, but... But it was a very big thing. Articles were written about it. I listened to like a whole podcast about how like crazy it is that Tinashe, I think at the beginning of the year, people thought Tinashe was going to have the year that Charli XCX ended up having, or something close to it, maybe not quite that big, but this was her first kind of like big viral breakthrough moment after being in the industry for quite a long time, and being very talented. And then peaked at 61 on the Billboard 100. So even though it's like she went viral and it was like this big moment, it did peak at 61, which is still very good. But you would just think that it would have gone higher. But dude, that's the thing with like streaming and stuff. It's like you really can't, because Die With a Smile, first song to hit 1 billion on Spotify, and then only hit #1 on Billboard this week. Like, how are we adding all this up? Anyway, she started her world tour this year, performed on Jimmy Kimmel Live. She did an NPR Tiny Desk concert. Oh, I guess that's all I have for her. She also did perform, though, at the New Year's Eve thing, which obviously happened the day after we did our last stream, but she was very good on that, and I was very impressed. So there's that. And then here's Lana Del Rey. Not gonna lie, I'm only aware of her because of those Proactive commercials she was in. I didn't know she was in Proactive commercials. That's crazy. She was on a Britney song. That was when I first heard of her. She was in, she did the Sleepover remix, which technically is a remix, by the way. The original Sleepover is, like, really hard to find. It might be on streaming now when they did the Glory reissue, but for a while it was really hard to find the original solo version of Sleepover, but Tinashe was on the remix. So, Lana's year in music, she did Tough with Quavo, which was released July 3rd. Debuted at number 33 on the Billboard Hot 100. They performed it at Fenway Park together. She also headlined Coachella. This was her entrance, which was super iconic. She came in on a motorcycle. As far as the rest of the performance, it was a performance. I love Lana, but, you know. Guest stars at Coachella, she had Billie Eilish, Camila Cabello, Jack Antonoff, and John Baptiste, and then I think there's some other people. She had a lot of guests. She attended the Grammys with Taylor Swift, obviously. Her album that was supposed to come out called Lasso is now called The Right Person Will Stay. This is the promotional image she's given for it. So, I don't know if that's going to be, like, the cover. Whatever. As long as the music's good. That's all we really care about. And she also accepted the NMPA Award for Songwriting Icon. Bigger year, however, in her other ventures. She got married to a swamp boat captain. I remember this happening very well. I remember, because specifically TMZ started reporting earlier in the day that she had just gotten a marriage license. It was either earlier in the day or it was the day before. They reported that, like, Lana has a marriage license, implying that, like, she's about to get married, because they run out pretty quickly. You only have so long to fill out your license and, like, sign it and everything before it's invalid. So, like, if she got it that day, she's gonna use it soon. And I remember being like, no way! There's no way she's getting married. Sure enough, there she is. Later that evening, in a dress. At the swamp boat thing. They, like, got married, like, at the dock. She looks beautiful, though. But this was crazy. Because she had only been dating this guy, like, for a couple months. And she also had denied that they were dating at one point. Like, it first came out that they were dating and people were kind of clowning on her for it. And then she put out something to imply that they were not dating, but then it started to be implied that they were dating, and then suddenly they were married. I couldn't believe it. I still can't really believe it. I mean, good for her. If she loves the guy. I've seen a lot of people claim that he's a Trump supporter. I haven't seen any evidence of that, though. I don't know if they're just assuming based on his general vibe. But I don't know if he is. Maybe he is. It was very shocking. This is Camila Cabello coming up to her and asking her, "Are you married?" Because she didn't know. Like, girl, oh my god. Like, this girl just did Coachella with you not that long ago, and now, oh my god, oh my god. A lot of memes. Lana Del Rey's kid on a random Tuesday. Because it's an alligator. You know, the swamp. Oh, come on. Don't do this to me. I really have to sign in. Asshole. Oh, not for this one was my favorite, actually. This is Lana Del Rey's new pet singing at the venue. Stupid. She credited Jack Antonoff with her decision to get married.
Grateful for him for his example that he gave me in his marriage to Margaret. I saw the way he looked at her when he met her, and he's a big reason why I waited so long to get married and why I met my amazing husband. And I really feel like there's kind of a singer's curse around like meeting an honest partner who has no skin in the game, no dog in the race. And it's super nerve-wracking to have to kind of hold on to an innocent perception of how things could go when you're in an industry where maybe your values and your morals don't quite match up with what's going on, especially when people think that you probably don't have any morals or values. So it can get all twisted up. So Jack, thank you so much for maybe helping other people look at me in a way that is a little bit closer to how I perceive myself.
I don't even know what she's talking about. I think that, like, I do think that a big reason that she wanted to marry this guy is that she likes that he's normal, that he's not, like, a famous person or something, 'cause she always is kind of craving stuff like that, like her little, Waffle House stint, so that's nice. But I just, like, what does Jack Antonoff have to do with anything? Don't put that on him. She also did this Skims ad campaign, which is super cute. Yeah, crazy year for Lana. Oh, and she fell at the Super Bowl. If you watch right here, she's knocked down. Poor girl. She looks so cute. Like, she's got a great smile on her face while it happens. Great sport. Okay, so that's that. That's our last one. That is our final fucking slide. Close one. Get your votes in. Alright, I'm gonna call it for Lana. If I have any Tinashe heads in here. Now's your chance. Alright, I think that's it. Lana wins. I think, to be honest, the swamp boat wedding is just kind of too funny to not give it to her. Like, it is iconic. And it's part of the meta-narrative. What can we say? Alright, here we go, though. Let's zoom out. So here's, yeah, it really will not, there's not like a good, okay, so yeah, see that's, why are these my options? Oh, shit. Okay, I guess you can see it a little bit better that way. Whatever, okay. So let's go back up here. I guess we can turn the music back on. So we got Beyonce and Tyla. Obviously, Tyla had a very big year for a newer artist. But Beyonce is also Beyonce. So keep that in mind. I think that one's pretty obvious. That's a Beyonce. You put up a great fight though, Tyla. And we do appreciate you. Maybe next year. Maybe next year. All right, then we have Adele and Pink. For a reminder, neither one really released any music this year. Adele had her little Vegas, or not Vegas residency, a non-Vegas residency, a residency somewhere other than Las Vegas. I don't remember where, but big residency, big LED screens, what not. Pink had the ending of her tour, which, as we recall, is the second highest grossing tour of a female artist ever. So, those are our options. Both big performers this year. Adele is stepping back from music for the coming future. Pink is not really stepping back from music, but she did injure herself during her tour, so she will not be touring anytime soon. All right, I think we can pretty much call it. That is a Pink win. I don't disagree. Though I am surprised by how not close it was. But good for Pink. Then we have Chappell Roan versus Bruno Mars, and you know we love Bruno. We love Bruno. But I do have a feeling of how this one's gonna go. I'll probably just keep the music on, honestly, at this point. Okay, yeah, we're ending it there. Okay, Chappell is already winning in a landslide. Okay, I'm actually gonna pause the music because it's only 4 minutes long, so it's gonna stop at some point. Bye, Bruno, we love you. Rosalia versus Katy Perry. Rosalia didn't have a huge year this year. by any stretch, really. But I think it's arguable that Katie did enough damage to her reputation this year, even if she had a technically bigger year, that maybe this was still a net negative for Katie. Because this was not a good year for her. But I'll let you decide. I see a lot of Katie as a flop in the chat, and you were correct. But a flop is still culturally relevant, maybe. Get those votes in, it is pretty close. Alright, I think I'm gonna call it for Rosalia. Oh, maybe I'm not. It did just move a little bit. Everyone make your voices heard. If you haven't voted yet, vote. Alright, it's not moving. Let's give it to Rosalia. Personally, I probably would have gone with Katie, because I do think that her flop was still pretty iconic. But I do think that, like, with an artist of her level and her size, a flop kind of means something different. Because even though, yes, it was more culturally relevant and a little bit more impactful, it's still, you do have to think about, like, what it's doing for her entire career and, like, the meta-narrative of her career. Like, is this setting herself up for something bad next time? Like, I think that's something to be taken into consideration, because this was a bad flop. This was not like a flop like J-Lo, where I think that J-Lo kind of can move on from it and get like a comeback narrative out of it. I think that, like, I mean, I hate to say it, but I feel like that really might have been the nail in the coffin of Katy Perry's career. She'll still do stuff. She'll still be semi-successful, but I don't think she's ever going to be at the level that she was. All right. We have Rebecca Black and Miley Cyrus. An interesting pair up. Let's start our elevator music over again. Alright, I think we can call that one. Looks like a pretty decent win for Miley. But, you know, Rebecca did pretty well, especially being up against a legend. And we have a big one. I mean, This one's kind of not fair. Which is crazy, though, for where we're at. Like, putting Charlie XCX up against Mariah Carey and feeling fairly confident that Charlie XCX is gonna win. I mean, that in itself should tell you what a year she has had. To be up against someone so legendary. Yep, alright. That's enough of that. Sorry, Mariah. We do love you. Oh, shit. I'm doing it on my thing. Fuck. Okay. We do love you, Mariah. Right, Nicole Scherzinger and Renee Rapp. Yeah, Mariah is forever, but Charlie is today. Exactly. Exactly. Charlie is 2024. Nicole Scherzinger had a big year on Broadway, if we remember. Also liked, commented on an image of a MAGA adjacent hat posted by Russell Brand, while Renee Rapp was in Mean Girls and performed on SNL. All right, think we can call that one too. You had a light year, Renee, but you still beat a pussycat doll, so that's something. Then we have Selena and JoJo Siwa. This one actually is kind of a tough one, because Selena she didn't have a big year in terms of music. She really only released one single, but she was in that Amelia Perez movie, which won a bunch of awards at the Golden Globes, which I was surprised by, but I guess not totally shocked. And I still haven't seen the movie, because I don't want to have an opinion on it, because it just sounds exhausting. But a lot of other people definitely have opinions on it. And I don't know that this is one of those things where it's like, is the movie winning, even though she didn't win herself, is the movie winning good for Selena's career? Or is it just drawing attention to the fact that it's such a controversial movie that she is in? I don't know. She also got engaged, obviously, to Benny Blanco this year. But JoJo did maybe invent gay pop, so... All right, we have to call it for JoJo. You know what? Everyone here has a lot of voting integrity, which I really respect. Because I think that's right. I think that she did have a bigger year. I don't know. She's going for it. All right, let's go back to this other side that we've already just done. Okay, so we got Olivia Rodrigo and FKA Twigs. I hope I don't have to remind you too much of anything that's happening on this side because we did just do it. Alright, I think we can call it. That one's an Olivia. Good job, Olivia. By Twigs, we love you. Alright, ooh, Doechii versus oh, this one. Because Doechii is so on the rise. But Taylor is just, she is the biggest thing in pop music right now. Like, it... But, you know, she also was... She was the biggest thing in pop music last year, for sure. And did she maybe take a dip this year? I don't know. I don't know. This one's tough. But also, you know what? I'm not going to steer you in any direction. Just go with whatever you think. You've been informed. Think I gotta call it. Any Swifties in the chat, get your vote in. Alright, I think that's it. Hate to take Taylor out so early, but the people really have spoken. I agree that Doechii had a little bit more momentum this year. She climbed farther than Taylor did. It's kind of hard for Taylor to climb any farther at this point, considering she is like the biggest thing in pop. But personally, I would have gone with Taylor because I do think that, you know, she had the biggest tour of like all time, and she did start a lot of conversations. She was a part of the narrative, but this is a democracy. I respect the decision that was made, and I have to deal with that. But good job, Doechii. Taking down Taylor Swift. Alright, here we go. We got Halsey and Sabrina Carpenter. I think this one will probably be pretty easy. Alright, we definitely gotta call that one. That was Sabrina. Not surprised, not surprised. This one's interesting. Callie and Tuvalu. Two not super huge artists, but that did still have fairly decent years. I would say, well, I'm not gonna steer you in any direction. Just vote with your heart. Pretty close one. I might have to call it. Any Tuvalu fans? Oh, shit. Okay, we're at 50-50. Jonathan, are you accusing me of election interference? I didn't do anything. I'm being so good. Wow, we're at 50-50. Someone's got to break this. Just one more person. One more person. Whoever our 31st voter is. Oh, there we go. Okay. I'm gonna give it like 10 seconds. Oh my god. Wait, are we? Oh my god, you guys. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh shit, the song ended. I think we have to call it there. All right, we're calling it. Tuvalu. You won. Congrats. That was a nail biter. I mean, ultimately, she's going up against Sabrina, so neither one of them was really gonna make it that much farther, but that was still exciting. Good job, everyone. All right, and we got Christina and Celine, two icons, two absolute legends. Though I do have a feeling about this one. Yeah, I think we can just call that one. Alright. I thought so. You know, she has obviously had a bigger year. But we love Christina too. Two vocal powerhouses for sure. Then we have Jennifer Lopez and Lady Gaga. As much as I did say I'm rooting for Jennifer in general, can't say I'm necessarily rooting for her at this exact moment, but that's my own stand bias. I'm not trying to interfere with the election, like Jonathan is accusing me. Vote with your heart. I like how my camera is getting like increasingly choppier too. All right, I gotta call it for Gaga. I gotta call it. Yeah, you're right. 24% is respectable, especially for the year that she had. Yeah, it was kind of an iconic flop year, so. You did well, Jennifer. And we are rooting for you. Next year. Next year's your year. 2025 is the year of J-Lo. All right, and then we have Ariana and SZA. one might be a little unfair, but I don't know. They both had good years. Alright, I think we gotta call that. That's an Ari win. Sorry, SZA. Then we have Billy and Lana. Alright, I gotta call it. That's a Billy win. Whoa. It's heating up. Oh, well, no, it's not. I mean, remember, second highest grossing tour of a female ever. Alright, we gotta call that one. Clearly that one was going to Beyonce. Bye, Pink, we love you. Alright, and then this one also. I feel like I don't even really need to put the poll up, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Because that is how democracy works. All right, we're calling it. Chapel by Rosalia. Ooh, Miley and Charlie. I do love you, Miley, but all right, here we go. Alright, let's just call that one. We love you, Miley. Oof, Renee Rapp versus, objectively, one of these people had a bigger year. Everyone made fun of me for putting JoJo Siwa on this bracket, and look at how far she's coming. We gotta call that one. That's a JoJo Siwa sweep. Okay. Back to the other side. Alright, we got Olivia versus Doechii. If Doechii can beat Taylor, I feel like this one's a bit of a setup. Alright, we're calling it. Just as I suspected. Goodbye, Olivia. We do love you. Alright, Sabrina and Tuvalu. Alright, that's clearly... I don't know who voted for Tuvalu, but it was nice of you. We do love you, Tuv. Love you, Tuv. Oh, this one might hurt me. But just a reminder, you know, one of these people, they had a very big year, and they overcame something very big, and that's really great. But also one of these people also did have the biggest. They had a song hit 1 billion streams on Spotify. Is just all I'm gonna say. For as fast as anyone's ever done that. Just saying. You know, just saying. But I'll let you vote. Do what you're gonna do. Alright, I think I'm gonna call it. I hope no one voted a certain way because they were afraid of me. You could have voted for Celine. I'd have been okay with it. I might have cried, but that's okay. No, I wouldn't have cried. Okay. We got Billie and Ariana. Now, I would say Billie might have had a bigger year in music, but Ariana definitely did have a very big year just in movie promo. But that's a part of the narrative. That's part of the celebrity. This one's close. Get your votes in. Alright, I think I gotta call it. That's an Ari win. Alright. Bye, Billie, we love you. Alright, let's go back up. Oh no. Oh, this is gonna be rough. Okay, just for a recap, let's just look at the slides really quick, just so that we can be reminded of what we're voting for. I genuinely, however this goes is however this goes, but just so we're all informed. That Beyonce, she had an album, Cowboy Carter, first female and second artist overall to have their 8 first albums debut at #1, very critically acclaimed, 3 singles with no visuals, a lot of conversations about genre distinctions, especially the place of Black musicians in country. She had a little Christmas NFL thing. She's gonna release something at some point. So we don't know what it is yet. She's still got to announce it. Spoke at Kamala Harris rally, launched a hair care brand, did the Verizon commercial on Wisteria Lane, Super Bowl Summer Olympics ad. Her daughter was in a movie. We have Chapel, Midwest Princess Tour, Olivia Rodrigo opening, streaming sales rose by 32%, performed different places, Tiny Desk concert, blah, 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 Good Luck Babe, released this year. Her album eventually hit #1 in October, that came out last year. Coachella set, streaming increased by over 500%. Other interviews, performances, did Lollapalooza, biggest audience in the history of the festival, did the VMAs, performed on SNL, performed a new song that she hasn't released yet, appeared on Sabrina Carpenter's Christmas album. She's got 6 Grammy nominations. She's got different controversies with the refusal to perform at the White House, spoke out about entitled fans, canceled some shows, and then she confronted some photographers and refused to endorse a political candidate. So, that's what we're voting on. Those are our candidates. Here we go. mean, this is looking pretty definitive. I think that's it. I think we gotta call it. That's a Chapel win. And I don't disagree. I think definitely as far as things that happened this year, Chapel had a bigger year. All right. Oh. And here's another one. Do I need to remind us all of their years? I don't think so. I think we remember. All right. I think we can call that one. A little relieved. Thought that some of you might try to pull some funny business, but I'm glad we didn't do that. But JoJo got farther than I think a lot of people thought, and good for her on that one. She had a big year. What can we say? Oh, here we go, though. Oh my god, this is gonna... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright. I'm nervous about this. Okay, here we go. Doechii, who had a very big... I mean, both of them had a very big come-up this year. I think Sabrina's was maybe a little bit more throughout the year. Doechii's was a little bit more towards the end, but maybe recency bias will still favor her. Let's see. All right. I think we gotta call that one. That's a Sabrina win. I think, yeah, 2025, I think, is probably gonna be Doechii's year. She did very well, especially for an artist who is so, who's so new comparatively. Oh, this one's gonna hurt me. Oh, I don't even know if I can vote in this one. I think I might have too much of a bias. All right. I gotta call it. That's an Ari. And I did actually, I voted for Ariana. I do think she had the bigger year. But I love you, Gaga, always and forever. Next year. Oh, here we go. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, so we did just run down Chapel's year. So let's, real quick, let's remind ourselves of Charlie's. It's a big year for both of them. Yes, there she is. It's Charlie XCX. She released Brat in June, 95 out of 100 on Metacritic, the 16th highest scoring album of all time. Debuted at number 3 on the US Billboard, peak of Charlie's career. Nominated for 9 Grammys, including Album of the Year. A lot of album cover memes, Kyle MacLachlan stands. There's the Brat wall. There was Kamala is Brat. A lot of coverage on mainstream media. Then we have Von Dutch. Like just single after single. Like she really did it. Great video, nominated for Best Dance Pop Recording, Addison Rae and A.G. Cook remix, 360, It Girl cameos, The Apple Dance, Sympathy is a Knife, definitely about Taylor Swift. Then there was the Brat remix album, 88 out of 100 on Metacritic, 20 featured artists. She did Guess with Billie Eilish. Incredible music video, also Grammy nominated. Girls So Confusing remix with Lorde. She did the Sweat Tour with Troye Sivan. Another date scheduled for June. VR Meta Experience. The Brat Tour. Multiple Boiler Room sets, which one of them premiered Julia Fox's debut single. She did a song with The Lonely Island. She did a Times Square pop-up performance. 365 was named in Barack Obama's summer playlist. Premiered tracks for the remix album on a Twitch stream. She was the host and musical guest on Saturday Night Live. She did incredible. She was parodied on SNL shortly before that. She attended the Met Gala. She did a whole bunch of interviews, and she was the Variety Hitmaker of the Year. So, I have my pick. I will let you all vote the way that you are going to vote. I should zoom out a little bit. There we go. Ooh. This one's tough. Oh no, I'm nervous. All right. I think I might need to call it. All right, that's it. Whew. Thank God. I do love Chapel, but that was my pick, and I'm so glad. I was gonna respect everyone's opinion either way, but I do think that was correct. Oh fuck! All right, here we are. We're at the semifinals. All right, Sabrina versus Ariana. Whew. Here we go. Sabrina definitely again had a bigger year in music, but again the Wicked promo and Wicked itself, like, huge year for both of them. Huge year for both of them. All right, I think we gotta call that. That was a Sabrina win. By a lot, actually. And then we have our final two pop divas. Oh my gosh. Here it is. For everything. This is our pop girly of the year. Take this seriously. This is serious. This is serious. Ooh. Oh, it's already close. All right, Charlie's winning, but it is close. And this is the final, so if you haven't voted yet, vote. Everyone vote. I'm gonna call it. I think this is a clear win for Charlie, but if any little carpenters, any carpenter ants, whatever you call yourselves, if any of you haven't voted yet, get in there. All right, that's it. That is a Charlie XCX win. Yay! Good. That was my pick. Yay! Go Charlie! Oh, what a beautiful year for her, and a great year for you too, Sabrina. Good year for everyone, except for maybe a few people. Incredible. Incredible. There it is. Charlie XCX is the pop girly of the year. I'm so happy for you, Charlie. Yay! I want to see how many options. How many does it let me do? Because I know that you guys had expressed interest in finding a flop of the year. I don't think we need to do a whole other bracket for it. That seems excessive, but let me see how many different options I can do on a poll. I think I can only do 4? We're just not letting me. Yeah, it only lets me do 4. Okay, so who are we doing? Let's just do one poll. Well, let's do 2 polls. It's gonna be the same 4 people, but we'll first decide who actually like flopped the hardest this year, and who flopped but who we're rooting for. So who are our options? We've got Katie, definitely a flop. Justin Timberlake, definitely a flop. Jennifer Lopez, definitely a flop. Who's our 4th person? Oh, not Chapel. Why did I grab her? Katie, Justin, Jennifer. And then we could do, who else flopped this year? Nikki. Oh, Ice Spice, yeah. Yeah, I don't really think JoJo flopped that hard. She definitely is annoying, but I don't think that it was like a full flop. She went pretty far in this bracket, that's for sure. We could do, I mean, yeah, JoJo kind of flopped. John, you say JoJo? We can do JoJo. Okay, let's do JoJo, Katie, Justin, Jennifer. Nicole Scherzinger kind of flopped, but I also feel like she didn't... It's like, was anyone paying attention to her to begin with? You know what I mean? She didn't fall. Camila, arguably, yeah, kinda. Here's our big flops, though. We'll do Katie, Justin, Jennifer, JoJo. So this is a which of these actually flopped the hardest? Katie's kind of sweeping this one. All right. I think we got to call that for Katie. Katie's the biggest flop of the year. Pure flop. And I do agree with Ophi said. Katie flopped worse than Jayla because she didn't endear me during her flop. Yeah, I think so. And I think she also just had more to lose. Whereas, like, Justin, I think, was already, you know, like, I think people did want to root for Katy Perry. I wanted to root for Katie, but unfortunately, no. But then we'll do the same one. And now this is who flopped, but who you are kind of rooting for in 2025. So who can come back? Which flop star has a chance of gaining momentum? God. All right, well, bad news, everyone. We'll end the poll there. I just got a warning thing on my pop-up. They've detected a copyright claim, a copyright ID claim on this video. So if you're watching right now, I hope this video stays up, the VOD. I will try to appeal or dispute whatever it was that they detected. I don't know what it could have been, but we'll see. But that was, yeah, so I guess JoJo narrowly beat out Jennifer. So we are rooting for JoJo more than we are Jennifer, but it is definitely JoJo and Jennifer. who we are so, who we're rooting for. And you know what? That's fine. I'm definitely more of the Jennifer camp on this one, but you know, JoJo's young, and I think she's definitely made some mistakes, but I hope she can grow for them. And yeah, that was really fun, everyone. Thank you so much for joining. I probably won't live stream regularly in the coming weeks, because I'm gonna go back to working on my Ed Gein video. If you would like, I'm not asking for this. This is fully just up to anyone. Just do whatever you want, but I do need a new computer, so if anyone wants to donate any money in my tip jar, I would really appreciate it, because I'm gonna need a new computer to finish that Ed Gein video. But no pressure. You help me out just by sharing my videos and watching them and liking and commenting and subscribing, so thank you all for that very much. And I will not be live streaming regularly, but I probably will come back soon-ish for whenever LG7 comes out. I'll probably do like a live stream reviewing that, and then that'll be probably also around the same time of the Grammys, so I'll probably just do those in like in one live stream. We'll talk about the Grammys and Gaga's new album. So thank you everyone for coming. That was super fun. I'm glad we picked the right one. You know, obviously this is a democracy, so I was gonna go with whatever you guys picked, but this was my pick from the beginning. I always was a Team Charlie on this one. So thank you all. Yeah, and I'm gonna go take a shower because I smell really bad.